Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I know that you've been waiting. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running get along just fine here on our own. What you offering? Another money mind. Oh, you wanna rob me blind? Well, I don't know this time. Oh, don't want it just to lie. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Been listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Don't wanna trust a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to choose. You try to keep us down, but we are backing out because the time is now. You're screaming till you're breathless, till other voices drown. No, we ain't backing down. Oh, our time is now. Don't want it just a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Hey, hey, listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to Don't wanna just a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. What to do.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
I need another story, something to get off my chest. My life gets kinda boring, need something that I can confess. Till all my sleeves are stained red from all the truth that I said. Come by it honestly, I swear. But you saw me wink, no, I've been on a break. So tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insincere, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. My God, amazing how we got this far. It's like we're chasing all those stars. Who's driving shiny big black cars? And every day I see the news, all the problems that we could solve. And when a situation rises, just write it into an album, send it straight to gold. I don't really like my flow, no, so tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insincere, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. Got no reason, got no shame, got no family I can't blame. Just don't let me disappear, I'ma tell you everything.
On our own, we jump, we fall, forgotten world. We're running out, running out, running out, by stereotype fucked up minds. Every day there's a choice where to go, and you can turn it around. You can see it in our eyes, and we won't look away. This time we're here to stay, so we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. There's a man sitting next to you with a scarf around his head, and when it's down to the last end, he could be the one that saves you. And there's a woman driving in a car, and she talking on her phone when you're crossing the street, and she could be the one that kills you. You can see it in her eyes, that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay, so we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you.
I'm alone here on my island, floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know, and I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. As time goes racing by, I'm wishing I could be fine, but I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind, watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue. The world's passing by, and I lost sense of time. I've gone numb, I miss the days when we were making legends. The days come and go, I'll wait through sun and snow for you to come and take me from this place and bring me home. In the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue.
Yeah. Just tell me where you wanna go. Let me take you there. You see, I've been around the globe. I've seen a lot, babe. But I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a boat, right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. Just tell me where you wanna go. North Pole, East, West, baby, I'll go anywhere. We'll take a plane and take a boat. I don't really care, just as long as it will get us there. Cause I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a boat, right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. We can leave it all behind.
like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. After that long break, we are at the Goose House channel and we are hosting the Red Bull Home Grounds EMEA qualifiers. I'm Cairo, again joined by the wonderful, the handsome Hazza JC.
Well, I've become handsome since the last break. I had a little bit of time
Listen,
to
mate.
comb back there, you know.
Mate, you've had plenty of time to beautify yourself. And talking about beautifying, we've got a pretty beautiful game coming up next.
Yeah, we do. We've got Excel versus Lampashan, I think is the way to say it. We had a few people say Lampakan as well. It's a mix, essentially, of players from a few different teams, or mostly Lithuanian, but we have Zedi, the Belarusian, in there as well, who used to play for Narvi. We got Dreamas, who was sub for Liquid at one point in time, also playing for London United when they merged as Oglu. So, you know, there's a lot of good players on that mix. They were 4-0 up until a point in time, or they were 3-0 up until a point in time. They just played former team finest, currently Bonk, that mix as well. Lots of players going around. It can be difficult to keep a pinpoint on who is who. But the fact of the matter is both teams are currently 3-1. XL looking to stretch that lead a little bit as one of the bigger teams in here, I think, and Lampashan continuing their golden run thus far.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Lampashan have been putting up great stuff, to be honest. They might feel, I mean, it might be similar to that TENSTAR game when TENSTAR had just lost. They came into the next game and just did not put up much hassle, which is quite sad. When we look towards Excel in terms of their momentum, they've got 2 wins, and that could be really good for the confidence coming into this one.
Oh, yeah, it certainly could. They're going to be feeling confident as a team anyway, being one of the stronger teams in this tournament. I think they'll be, you know, somewhat frustrated with falling short at VRL finals, and Red Bull Home Ground is a great opportunity for them to kick on and establish themselves as the scene is starting to sort itself out as the dust settles now that franchising has come into the mix. We're currently in the off season, so that's a lot of what we're expecting to see from not only these teams but these players, right? Just trying to gel and find where they sit in and amongst a lot of the change that we've seen. XL at this point in time, like you said, off the back of a win, will be feeling pretty comfortable. There are lots of teams that went 1-1 on the first day. CGN, another team who fall into that bracket, currently 3-1. So it's just about finding your footing and trying to win out the rest of your games. I don't think you can really afford to lose more than one game in Swiss if you want to actually progress towards the quarterfinals once all the tie-breaking is said and done.
Well, Hazza, one thing that we've not mentioned between these two teams, XL and Lampashan, is actually what map we're going to. And it is going to be Haven with XL starting on the defence.
Yeah, Haven is a pretty open map. In a best of one, I think it can be a pretty difficult one to try and play into, right? Because of how it sets itself up, the control that's required of it, the game-making decisions. If you're not reading into your opponent quickly enough, you're losing momentum and then in a really, really difficult position. We're now going to be going into Agent Select to get a look at what both of these teams are opting for. Not vastly different in the approach, actually.
No, it really is not when we look at it. I mean, the only difference being the controllers on either side and also the Sentinel. Interesting the fact that a cage is being brought out here by Lampashan and a chamber, which I guess you could argue is slightly more meta than that KG, even though we've been seeing that the kind of pick rate skyrocket for KG.
Yeah, Killjoy is just a consistent pick, right? A stalwart on certain areas of the map up to levy additional control. Starting out on the attacker's side, they may not feel as much of that value here. And XL as well, on the flip side, may be able to get more aggressive with that chamber and put themselves in good positions early on. But we're going to have to see. Really excited to dive into this one, having the full XL lineup as well. You know, these players will have been looking for offers in franchising. I know Patatech put out a free agency post and whatever, but they're here as 5. They're turning up for this competition and hopefully getting a result.
Yeah, I mean, maybe players might feel as if this is a great platform from them to build upon.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll still be playing as a 5 and wanting to at least get to that main stage already, though, in terms of what the attackers are doing, it is pretty much just waiting for that mid-aggression, which we are going to see.
Yeah, it's that default that you play on the attacker side. So reserved, but alive will make those players dead very thick and fast. Dreamhass also good for a couple. Things traded out almost instantly here from the attacking side as the flank gets checked. So much proactive control from XL gives them that information. Foxy should be good for a kill on the corner, but the Frenzy of Zeddy wins out instead, and now we're in a 2 versus 2.
Oh, come on, guys! This is an actual competitive match. This isn't a death match. Somehow Chihuahua has been dragged away by the dark cover there, Hazza, and is going to be slightly baited out as the two players move on towards B. Still close enough to react if they do choose to go towards B. They've not taken space towards B Link, and that's exactly where Chihuahua was coming from. They've got the opportunity and they take it. There goes Roxy. Zeddy close by will win that fight, and now it's a 1 versus 1 with Alive rotating from A.
Lots of ground yet to cover before they make their way to the site, but eventually the gap does close. A space found in between the players on B to get the spike down. Now in the 1 versus 1, Headhunter bullets leaving the chamber in the literal and physical sense. Ghost comes out, can't win it. Zeddy gets a 3-piece. That is a clutch for Lampashan, and the pistol round going their way off the back of some pretty nice shots getting landed here from Alive to open things up.
Yeah, I think Dreammass does an absolute amazing job.
Oh, yeah.
But I can't help but feel as if Foxy's position may have just been a little bit too confident. Maybe just better to play as a 3 in that situation. I don't know. I mean, it's all hypotheticals here at the end of the day. And we are going to see that the anti-eco coming through from Lampashan.
Yeah, they're able to work that round really nicely towards the end as well, and we're seeing a more reserved approach from them in the beginning. XL have left B completely open and are worrisome about the possibility of players moving through, just their initial utility to set up Foxy, who's made their way up long. And on the opposite side of the map here, Lampashan look to be hitting C, but that rotator's already come the whole way through. There's a whole defense here to try and shut things down, but they're getting mowed where they stand.
I mean, Hazza, you said there was a defence. There's not much of one now. Foxy outside of Garage, just trying to somewhat hide himself behind the turret. That's disgusting. Dreamass just unfortunately not able to do much, and I think all the players will go round about it. They're happy to kind of evacuate the site.
Yeah.
And that's just the way things go.
Yeah, in this situation, if you're Dreamass, you're not going to break the turret. You just leave it and collect any kind of passive information that you can. Roxy finds Foxy still pinned to the turret in that fact, and Lampashan are able to convert their anti-eco without any real trouble whatsoever. Coming into the bonus, we've got a Guardian, a Bulldog amongst a couple of Spectres to cause some problems. XL get their full buy and will be trying to slow down the momentum which has already been built early on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, XL have already shown that they can gun just as well as their opposition. It'll be interesting to say the least when we actually now go on towards a rifle against somewhat of a buy against Lampashan, because this could be an indicator for later rounds if we do see XL start to somewhat put a couple of rounds together. But there's a good space in towards mid that we're seeing from Dreamass.
Not only that, it's good space towards A long as Alive is able to completely shut out that player. It's allowed XL to have a bit more proactive control on the map. However, they're not perhaps expecting the peek to come through from Zeddy, who's pinned Chihuahua to the ground. Foxy's still alive on the breach. Flashpoint through. Too many jewels to try and take. In the end, it's the paint shells which will send them to the floor. 3 versus 3. How do Lampashan adjust in their post plant?
Well, at this moment in time, we are seeing the players all set up the crossfires. One back sight, the player in long was probably the most pivotal, just holding out. But now it's the players on site that will have to win out these duels. Roxy trying to go deep, can't win out that. Patatek wins, and now it's all up to Zeddy. Finally punishes that raise. The two players close in. They win it out, Hazard. There's no point getting excited because realistically that was a really hard battle to win, and XL will win it.
Yeah, and it's somewhat unfortunate for Zenny in that situation. Just as they peek out, they get caught by the horn, and that will drop him. Foxy alive in the site for a while, but perfectly as you mentioned. Mo causing problems, forcing Roxy to go for an aggressive peek, which Zeddy is unable to refrag, and Lampajan end up losing out in that one. But now, with a lot of those guns kept through into this round, it's going to be a lot closer to call between the teams. And if XL can pick this one up, then that will really be the ball rolling for them on the defenders' side. Close to a few ultimates too.
Yeah, Lan Pashan are going for a little bit of a C split as we see a lot of the players are outside of garage, etc. We do see the spike slowly making its way out long, and already a realisation from Excel in the situation they're in. They've evacuated the site and playing for a retake, which is going to be good as we wait for the rotates.
Foxy only one away from the Rolling Thunder here. Not quite able to get that kill, but will be looking for the refrag on towards Dreamers. It would be huge for them to try and take space back. The aftershock will make things difficult for Shed, who's forced to move towards default, but does still win that fight out against Patatek. It's back and forth at this point in time, and XL haven't really broken the ceiling of the site, but once they get in, they shatter it to pieces. Cut down where they stand, Lampajan lose out, and the scoreline will find itself level.
The players just nearly lined up perfectly for a one spray. I mean, essentially it was one spray, but all in all, XL played that so well, and the realisation to step out of sight once they felt that little bit of pressure was so good, and what I think personally won them the round.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of times when teams on their attacking side are trying to defend C, they completely forfeit control of sight and try and play it through long. In that situation, Lampajan are caught in a difficult spot because I didn't think XL had pushed that far into the site. I didn't expect the gun duels to come through, but they were staunch in their approach. When the smoke comes in on long, they were forced to fight in amongst the site, and XL do win that one out. Nice util combo here. Should have Shed dead to rights, but the blast pack keeps them out of trouble for the time being. Mo already in position to keep fighting. XL, they're doing this in numbers, but losing out all the while.
I mean, realistically, Hazza, that would have been great on a rifle round, but this isn't equal for Lampajan. So they've just gifted 2 rifles, and now we're in, I guess, 2 rifles versus 2 rifles in a tour de force. All in all, it's not great losses there, and it might have been a massive forfeit for this attacking side.
Dreamers is up in towards Carriage, catches the timing onto Chihuahua, who's now dropped low. Can look to chase this down with the Spectre. Rolling Thunder comes in, perhaps a moment too soon, but irrespective of it, the kill is found. Alive here with the Tornado Force, takes them both out. Simple stuff, the 3v3, flip 3v0, and XL find their 3rd round.
Oh, it's beautiful stuff, Hazza. It really is. I like this aggression on towards Elon, but like we kind of said, it is that situation when you are going to give away 2 rifles. Nice from Alive here. That's just gorgeous, that double kill. And maybe you could argue a slight waste of the Rolling Thunder because they thought that there was going to be a push on towards C, but no, it was A.
We're seeing here a nice util combo from XL to take C long control early on. Foxy and Patatek working in tandem, and Lampajan are already stricken for options. Incredibly passive is the approach on A, however, and there is still space that they can look to try and probe here. Maybe taking away garage control before they assess what this is going to be. The lockdown comes through, but the aftershock is already there. Foxy so aware of what is going on right now, and well, Lampajan struggling, forced into making this B execute happen. Mo wins that one out on Shed as well, and they're in dire straits at this point in time.
The read is so good from XL, just the quality that they have. Here we go, players trying to peek out. Alive will get one, just drop off, but Zeddy up in heaven gets punished for even attempting something like that. It's now all up to Loudly, and a 5 versus 1 has a flawless round. XL, I mean, when we go to Haven, there's always got to be a chat about attacker bias and how that can sometimes come about. XL are not even allowing that conversation to happen.
No, they're not. And I love the Nightfall as well. Once we saw the B take happen with XL having so much space, Mo 40, or Mo, sorry, I should say, playing towards sewers, just using it and then tagging all 3 players. So instantly XL know where all of the Lampejan troops are set up and they're able to collapse it perfectly. The proactive control that they're making is well spaced out across the map. And we go in here on a Lampejan low buy. Got to try and find some kind of a response.
They do, and they are going to get aggressive here. The player stuck in the back of sight. A lot of utility heading their way towards Alive. As players are going to have to fight their way out of this situation. Shed picks up the op, and it seems as if XL are trying to go huge. The aggression now in towards C-Link is going to work out in favour of Lan Pushan, but not for long. And now, somehow, we're traded all the way down to 2 versus 2. Spike still not down. I imagine we will see the Omen ultimate to maybe get out towards long. Nice delay, and finally this post plant will begin.
Yeah, we see Zeddy here also has the From the Shadows, so could readjust at any point if they need to, but I expect we will just be playing this one out as it is. Readjusting towards long here, they'll be looking for a double face. Mo has the Haunt to try and reveal them. Gonna get shot out instantly. That spike starting to tick on down. The urgency is there. Mo's found the first of them and hops straight back on it. Has a teammate to support Patatek from the top. Not sure if it's half stuck. It is, and there's the 1-tap to seal the deal. A 5th now for XL as they start to get in their stride and move away in this game.
Yeah, they are really doing work, Kaza. And look at that. Look at the Nightfall. Used the previous round to this one, and already Mo is on 5 ultimate points. 2 more Nightfalls back online, and that's 2 Nightfalls in 3 rounds, which is a scary prospect when you consider how the farming is coming through for XL at this moment in time.
Yeah, Lampejan have a lot of ultimates to work with of their own. I would like to see a committal here, but I think we're already lining up this XL default play. Paint shells, C's, and perhaps a fault line from Foxy as well to stop them dead in their tracks. I want to know if this one's going to pay off or not. It could be the meat grinder that we see come through. There's the utility, the follow-up too, but it is just damage. Damage which eventually counts for a kill. Patatek trades that out and they're just taking these gunfights, but once more, perhaps leaving themselves somewhat short-handed as a result.
Yeah, we are finally going to see that Omen ultimate with the combination of a Nightfall, which might catch Mo off guard if they can't find where this Omen is. They were in heaven, and the spike will now be planted. In terms of a post-plant, only the Cosmic Divide has her.
Yeah, Kara, but that's 3 ultimates used just to collect control of site in an effective 3 versus 1 situation. Utility which they will not have available, as Zeddy is able to find that kill. The delay is coming through. Lampejan are just trying to see this one out. With the amount that they've invested into this round, you expect them to take it. Alive in the backlines could cause a problem, but Roxy readjusts so quickly. It's just Mo, 1 versus 2. Paranoid out, Prowler to make things even more difficult. No vision whatsoever. Won't hear that readjust from Zeddy either towards Heaven. There's a crossfire set up and they don't even know about it. 4K for Zeddy and a 3rd round for Lampejan.
Nice stuff. Finally, Lampejan can retort to what has been almost XL dominance for the past few rounds, has it? And that's just the way things have been. I mean, when you look exactly how that went, I mean, it was a lot of investment. They did get the return, but XL can just, they're just going to go, well, okay, now we still have a buy. Like, what do you guys have? You know what I mean?
Not only that, Alive is now back on the operator again, and we want to see what value they can deliver from it. The previous flank, maybe one to forget about. Lampejan now aware of this A utility and won't take the fight this time around. There is a Nebula which divides both sets of players. But that's a lot of control which they'll have to forfeit. And well, Lampejan's conditioning right now seems to be, or the protocol at least, to go for a B hit whenever they lose control towards A. It's worked out for them on a couple of occasions, but for the most part, XL very comfortable to retake.
Of course, they're very comfortable to retake because every time we've seen them do it, they've somehow won out. That's lovely utility work. Once again, Foxy will trade out and we go in towards a 4 versus 3. XL have the advantage, but most of the players towards A. Link. Shed taking out Patatech. That's huge. There is a nano swarm towards the feet if the players start to get aggressive, but it seems if the players are pushed towards A. Spike still not down, and finally it will be as these two remaining players slowly creep up towards the retake. Remember, we have one on an op, so they will be slightly less comfortable on these closer angles.
Mo's beaten that first haunt, so I'm not sure whether Lampejan would perhaps expect a player to be moving forward. There is both of them here. We'll need to isolate the fights. Shed taken out cleanly. Haunt comes online. Second position known, but Roxy gets both. A quad from them finds the 4th round for Lampejan. And XL, at the second time of asking, fail in their A retake.
Well, Hazza, last time I said, like, realistically, XL, I mean, they're just going to say, well, we can one-up you because we can buy again. This time, the buys aren't looking as comfortable. A lot of those credits are starting to look barren. Alive investing a lot of those credits for another operator here. So I'm not liking where this is looking as XL start to lose that momentum.
Once again, XL going for the same play. Lampejan by now more than aware of what that is, and it's the paint shells, the C's, and well, the fault line will regenerate, but 2 big pieces of utility with no value converted whatsoever. Foxy slipping in behind,
way.
able to find a couple on the drop down, perhaps a third on the cards as well. Shed gets sent to the shed, sent packing. Only Dreamas left in a 1 versus 5.
My goodness gracious me. Do you know what, Hazza? I feel as if I cast a curse it, because I was like, well, XL, they're not looking too great, and then they go and get a flawless round. What is this? Foxy being able to get a triple in towards Garage, so well played. I mean, what are you meant to do in this situation? XL looking now to take advantage into the next half.
I like the way the Lampejan are playing for the most part, but I think more priority could probably be lent on this A lobby control, because XL, while they're not able to find any kills necessarily from the util combo, which we've seen from them on multiple occasions, it's space which Lampejan have not re-cleared, and by doing so, they've pressured themselves in having to take these fights up mid through Garage towards B, where XL are great at just crunching them from both sides of the map.
Live holding this angle loudly, gonna maybe peek out in towards mid where that operator was. That's, do you know what, I'm not going to comment on it. Spike now initiated, B site completely taken, but the thing is though, Hazza, there's been no space taken towards the link, which is usually is a big win condition for this site. They're going to be trying to play the post plant from outside, Nightfall invested, so this might be rough for Lampejan.
Yeah, we do have that flank coming in from Alive, and they're able to find the kill. So too is the flank from Dreamas. Both Sentinels trying to get value, but XL finding the bulk of it. Mo eventually gets a hold of the spray and takes out Roxy. Patatech will also drop Zeddy to the deck. That is the advantage now for XL secured, trying to find an 8th in the final round of this half, which they have turned around brilliantly.
Yeah, I think Dreamas was such a pivotal kind of player in that round there. If they can get 1, maybe even 2, XL maybe not looking as comfortable and maybe second guessing if there's a second player there. But I mean, realistically, they win out all the fights. That's it. Now moving and looking towards this, it is that initial space towards A again, Hazza.
Yeah, and we're seeing 5 players contesting it this time around. We'll have Dreamas lurking in towards mid with their alarm bot, and there is an initial peek also being taken there by Alive. The thing is, though, this time around, XL haven't placed anywhere near as much utility on A, and perhaps that would lead Lampejan to believe that this area of the map is a little bit clearer, and this execute will indebt them with a free site.
Yeah, it's creating an almost vacuum where they're moving into. But the thing is, though, with vacuums, you can sometimes feel like you can't breathe. And already XL going for this situation. What a lovely ultimate. But Zeddy responds with a double kill. Hazza. Lockdown now in for space just to allow them to get the spike down. And finally, the post plant begins.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide has come through, though, and XL will want to get to work as quickly as possible. That spike now planted planted as we see Shed able to take the first of the duels towards spawn and win out. Chihuahua drops, and the rest of this retake will have to happen from heaven. Foxy flashing in to get things done, but they can just hide away from it, cower from it. Lampajan find the round, and that's the third time now where they've taken A and successfully been able to defend it. So XL maybe having a couple of problems with their defense of that side of the map once they give away the control in lobby that we've seen them able to create multiple times. But 7-5, a respectable scoreline for both teams, I think, considering what preferential setups they had with agents.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking at this, and now that we see the switch has, is there anything that you want to point out that you think like, oh, Lampajan might be better on defense, or XL might even be better on attack?
I think Lampajan are going to be feeling a bit more comfortable here on their defense, because looking at what they've got to work with, Killjoy comes into her element that little bit more. On the flip side, XL have even more util combos to work with, or at least they can focus more efforts in certain parts of the map. Astra will be great for supporting that alongside the Breach and Fade. Initially, it does just seem like it's going to be an A hit. Prowlers traded back and forth, reveals made. But XL, if they do go through with this, will be walking into the bulk of those Lampajan players. If Chihuahua can find this one onto either Roxy or Shed quickly, that could be huge to just take an advantage and fade away, but doesn't look like that's going to be happening. And this is a huge rotate if they can buy it.
Seems as if they can. In for a penny. In for a pound. The spike moving towards B. Player at the back site, and there's so many players stacked up in towards that link position. There is spam going back and forth, and looks as if Loudly is looking to follow. They don't get one, they actually give away one, and now it's all opened up. Hazza, the players are now in this situation. Live gets one, Dramas finally trading it back, and will have to drop off. The spike being rotated once again, and we are going to see that post plant on another site.
Yeah, XL able to drop the shoulder really nicely there. Something to touch on would be the fact that they paused the A hit, made some mid presence. Mo able to find a kill there, and then went for the re-hit. Now they've been able to find similar success by completely rotating out of A with 20 seconds left on the clock. The spike does get planted. Mo already aggressive outside of Garage. Lampajan need to clear this. The fault line could have been huge to play off, but perhaps gives the gig up a little too early. Aftershock also holding them at bay. Such low HP on both XL players. Finding some kind of a kill in the backlines here would be huge, and they're gonna get both.
Hazza, that is perfect post plan. Being able to be aggressive, realising which situation you were in, and then taking that space that is needed. I mean, the overstep from Loudly is essentially what cost Lampajan that whole round, because, I mean, XL are just looking for something, an advantage, something to take away, and they find it. They execute onto A, and then take the picks there, and then re-execute on towards C.
Yeah, you have to commend Shed for their defense of the site there as well, because I think XL could have won it out in the execute outright, except a couple of picks on the Ghost was enough to keep things even for the time being. Now XL bought up. They have the weaponry to support their aims in this next round and potentially find a 9th, getting very close to double digits by the time we reach the bonus. Once more, clearing out lots of space towards A. The priority for both teams, I think, has been hitting towards this side of the map.
Yeah, but I think XL again have a good read as they move away. Yeah, it's I don't know if like they've got any information of it. It's maybe been sound, but like no, it's still a good read. Like whether what it's been, and maybe it's that initial pressure that's kind of forced that rotate, and already they're gonna have so much time to set up crossfires, Hazza, and set up that post plant.
I can't help but laugh, Cairo. 5 players bundled up in different pockets of the map on opposite sides. Finally, the shots ring out and the clearing utility follows suit. XL have control of C. Lampajan have to try and retake. It was a big gamble for them to try and take, and on rounds like these, that's something you have to be willing to do. One day it'll pan out for you. This time around it doesn't. We'll just have to see how clinical XL can be in shutting down this retake and holding on to those guns. Chihuahua already finding one on the flank.
Yeah, oh no, the player's ready to peek out. Shed will take out Chihuahua. and now alive, just holding down with a Marshall. Players already low, so it will be body shots that is needed for alive to pick up those kills. The player that's in towards CT is going to be stalled out somewhat, so it's just exits at this point as the time gets so low. We know that alive can just TP out. They will use that rendezvous. Spike will go, and the players not wanting to give up ultimate orbs to the XL players, which is fair enough.
Yeah, just not peeking into that one. I mean, Mo was able to find a single kill in that situation. Roxy dropped the fade on fade duel coming to play, but XL, for the most part, do keep a lot of those weapons. Chihuahua will be buying up onto a Vandal. They lost out on the Spectre, and you know what? Their reward for that is an upgrade. We're going to be seeing Lampajan, of course, have everything that they need on this round. It's just a question of whether they're going to be able to hold things down, and if they can dodge what XL have been putting up here, which so far just seems to be an incredibly good read of how the game is playing out.
Exactly. It seems as if C has been completely left open, the clearing utility, as you said. Oh my goodness gracious me alive. Leaving that up to a very precarious situation. Loudly, though, won't leave it up to chance. Takes out Chihuahua. 4 versus 4 retake, and a lot of the players are going to be aggressive here. But Lan Pashan answer back.
Yeah, it's a flurry of damage from those players. Mo makes it doable. Down to alive. They'll need a third in the round. A couple of kills from them brings it to the 1 versus 1. The shot through the Prowler's mouth, and Roxy finds themselves in the stomach of the beast that is alive, eating them up. And oh, I mean, what a round. Back and forth, but all the while, incredibly fast-paced. XL, with the execute, a nice late play from Alive through Garage is able to cause problems. There are upgrades to be found. It was that Vandal, actually. They picked off the corpse of Zeddy. But double digit secured, and Lampajan on a low buy seems to make it think as if they're just chasing the game at this point in time.
It certainly seems to be that case. It has a, I mean, that round was a bit kind of like the drunken style when it comes to like fighting. A lot of missteps, but somehow it works. Somehow they get a deadly blow, and already because of that horn, there is a lot of information here for the players. The nano swarm's just a delay, a lovely swing, but Chihuahua will trade it. The players from behind though, can they react? Yes, they can. Chihuahua just so much better with this rifle, and now at this situation, there is going to be a skirmish between these players.
And with the fact that there are a couple of players trying to make this flank happen, means that XL know they can just take the site, get the spike down, and then worry about things later on. Shots connected, however, puts them at a player disadvantage. Lampajan looking to make their way back through. A nice horn also reveals them. Nightfall allows Mo to reposition towards Garage. Shed brings out the showstopper, but that is their curtain call. Mo, good for one. Foxy also finds another, just loudly left, pinged up, gets the first, knows about the second, and can adjust for it as well. A triple from Loudly makes their presence felt in the loudest of manners.
Has actually been able to win that out, getting all the players with just a single sheriff, a lowly sheriff. The fact that they're able to do that is God's work. They've got their own Thunder online for the next round, but this round, well, we'll just call it the Loudly round.
We certainly will. Such a cagey fight, and Mo just sits in the corner while Foxy is taking that duel. Perhaps not wanting to give anything away, but the shot connects, and that's all you need from that distance with the Sheriff. Nice work from them. Keeps Lampajan in this game, dragging them all the way up from that thrifty win.
Well, it's going to be massive, and XL's economy hazard not looking great. A lovely space taking manoeuvre from Shed. The C's coming out to just try and put players in low. A lovely rolling thunder though, and it's going to be returned on the other side. The players now having to Scarpa, hide from potential utility coming their way, or even rifles. It's going to be Roxy though to get that next kill. It's 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. These players of Lan Pashan are not letting up.
Not at all. XL now in the 4 versus 2 will have to create some more magic of their own. This is a singular duel which they'll be able to take on towards Dreamas, but he's repositioned beautifully. Takes out the full HP Chihuahua, and it is just alive. Husu 2 may not be any more than dead, but that flick is ridiculous. It keeps them in this one for the time being, keeps those hopes alive. Able to break the horn, just tapping the spike to look for an overextension. Loud a bit too far out the hairs of the crosshair that time around, and they are able to close the gap and make good of that initial response.
Yeah, Lan Pashan now have momentum in their pocket, and it seems as if it's just barreling them forward at this moment in time. XL letting a couple rounds slip, and they let their economy slip all the way to null. Now we are going to see 3 Sheriffs, a Frenzy, and a Classic. I imagine the Classic will be that Headhunter that we'll see. And now XL might feel a little bit pressure.
And they certainly should be at this point in time, but from the attacking side, they can always build numbers in towards their favor, and the numbers come through with the bulk of the kills. A nice horn on towards Plant should be able to deny here. Patek from close, peels out the showstopper, but can't make anything of it. Alive will just want to hold things down with the tour de force, but gets eaten up by the Prowler. Yeah, Chihuahua. This could be huge. Has a gravity well to stall as well. Gets himself in that favorable position. Lampashan have no idea, or at least they shouldn't. Shed finds that one and will also Alive able to hold down the big angles. It's just Roxy, not anymore. Thrifty for Thrifty. XL get the lead.
That is absolutely massive from Chihuahua. That double kill in towards the back of sight, as well as having the kind of overwatch of Alive out in towards the grassy area of mid. Unreal stuff from XL. A crunch, a pincer, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to call it a winning round for XL. 11-7, one more to find Hazza, and that is map point.
Yeah, XL able to bite back when it matters most. Lampajan now on a very mixed buy, one which they've invested to stop the possibility of us going to overtime. They want to win it out as quickly as possible, but sometimes you have to concede just that little bit more, and it seems as if XL charging in towards B here are going to make things extremely difficult for Dreamas, who's able to find the first kill, but that is where things end for the time being. 4 versus 4. Spike not yet planted. Good damage, but the trades are there.
The trades are there. But look at the space, Hazza. Look where that's going. It's now going towards C. Obviously, with the KG gone, that alarm bot won't go off. And Foxy now going to take that space, somehow just managing to avoid Zeddy. And like ships in the night, we end up in a post plant. That is the journey which they have ended on.
3 versus 3. There is a cosmic divide potentially to invest, but it has to come through before the retake happens, and well, that may all too be stalled out on its own. Alive, good for that kill from the corner. Rendezvous away. It's just Zeddy left. The former Na'Vi player now in this mix to call upon their experience. Taps the spike inside the dark cover. Baits out the first peak. It's a triple for them. Utility here. It will be the gravity well from Chihuahua to just buy that little bit more time, which is ticking down not only in this round, but perhaps in the game for Lampajan on the back foot. 6 behind. They will be soon, as it seems that XL are able to find this, or 5, should I say. Soon to be 6 if they can pick it up. 12-7 is the score.
12-7. 5 chances at winning out the map, Hazza. You can't help but feel in favour XL, especially after the past couple rounds and how much they've built up. It seems as if both teams just want to be throwing haymakers at one another. Yeah. We're always at 1 versus 1s, or kind of those really low 1vx's. All in all, though, Lan Pashan, pots and pans.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the sort of that mixed investment that they went for on the previous round, which has now left them in a conceded position. Every last credit being invested, utility outside of A, it's just the C's. Bit more proactive control in towards mid, a couple of players moving on up to play any kind of sound cues. Lampajan should know that this is an A hit by now. Alive still contemplating the flank, however.
You are divided.
Nice cosmic divide. That is going to be all across every single side alive. Takes out Shed, but a nice little trade from Zeddy will be good enough. And it is a lot of dramas on site. They're going to try and push through. Foxy takes that gunfight, and there's only one left, Hazza. It's all up to Zeddy.
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder on towards their position. They try to get out with the ultimate, but it's not going to be. XL are the team going through 4-1. Lan Pashan take their second loss, and it seems as if teams who lose prior continue that losing streak on this stream.
Well, I guess it certainly feels that way right now. Lampajan coming into the day 2-0, now 2-2, I believe. Or no, they came into the day 3-0, and now they're 3-2. So that flawless record went away instantly, and it's a difficult situation for them to be in at this point in time because, they came in 2-0, they're now 3-2, right? But anyway, fact of the matter is, XL able to win it out there in the end. Once it flipped over onto the opposite side, it didn't seem as if Lampajan had too much to offer. We saw that difference in caliber, great utility combos coming through all the while. Whether it was for a kill or to bring themselves more space, XL looked to be in control of the game, and they do see it out in the end, 13-7.
Yeah, fantastic from both teams, Hazza. But unfortunately, we are not going to be back for at least another 50 minutes. The next one being at 4:30, Hazza. And that is us going to be moving on towards the last round. So a lot of the landscape of standings, etc., will be a lot more defined. And we will see whether teams are in that last chance or they potentially could be out completely.
Yeah, they certainly could. You're looking at a lot of the top teams that came into today with that good run, that 2-0 in the first couple of rounds of Swiss that were played last night. You know, teams like Lampajan, I think Heat as well were in that crop. The only few that I'm still seeing hanging around that area would probably be Big or the former Finest roster, who both look very comfortable coming into this one. I'm certain that we will probably see them in the quarterfinals, but for now we'll have to wait. We will return at 4:30 BST, 5:30 CEST. When we do, we'll have another round of Swiss for you before we start to move on towards those quarterfinals later on. So don't go anywhere. We'll have some replays up for you guys in the meantime. But when we return, more Valorant action here on Red Bull Homeground.
so I started healing. It made me find another chance. So I tried to survive all the pain inside my mind, but only God knows how to leave it all behind. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight. From once upon a time, will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. The world we knew just started changing. The world we had just broke apart. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight. From once upon a time, will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. I remember when the bartender said it's on the house, you make me wanna fall in love. The weather felt better when we were in it together. Oh, I miss the way we used to talk about nothing. I hate to say I should have seen it coming. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, babe? But no wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key to if you wanted to talk, you would've texted. If I wanted to stop, I would've let it go. But I get it, it's alright, 'cause I can't keep my shit together. Safe, you can't debate that. Don't want shit to get better, 'cause it made me forget it all and I hate that. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, babe? But no wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key to
in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I know that you've been waiting. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. 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 have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. So feeling alone. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around at and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around at and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I need another story, something to get off my chest. My life gets kinda boring, need something that I can confess. Till all my sleeves are stained red from all the truth that I said. Come by it honestly, I swear. Thought you saw me wink, no, I've been on a break. So tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insincere, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. My God, amazing how we got this far. It's like we're chasing all those stars. Who's driving shiny big black cars? And every day I see the news, all the problems that we could solve. And when a situation rises, just write it into an album, send it straight to gold. I don't really like my flow, no, so tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insincere, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. Got no reason, got no shame, got no family I can't blame. Just don't let me disappear. I'ma tell you everything.
On our own, we jump, we fall, forgotten world. We're running out, running out now, won't hide away anymore like yesterday. 'Cause we're running out now. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We're fighting, we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. We won't leave you. Time has come to stand our ground and close the door to paralyze stereotype fucked up minds. Every day there's a choice where to go, and you can turn it around. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We're fighting, we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. We won't leave you. There's a man sitting next to you with a scarf around his head, and when it's down to the last end, he could be the one that saves you. And there's a woman driving in a car, and she talking her phone when you're crossing the street, and she could be the one that kills you. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you.
I'm alone here on my island, floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know, and I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. As time goes racing by, I'm wishing I could be fine, but I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind, watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue.
Yeah. Just tell me where you wanna go. Let me take you there. You see, I've been around the globe. I've seen a lot, babe. But I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a boat right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. Just tell me where you wanna go. North Pole, East, West, baby, I'll go anywhere. We'll take a plane and take a boat. I don't really care, just as long as it will get us there. Cause I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a boat right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. We can leave it all behind. Why? Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a boat right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should both get set, go, take off.
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this in my moment.
I will never rest until I'm dead, no greater placing. Push me past my breaking point, but it don't even faze me. You think you got me beat, I guess you don't know who you facing. I got places to go and you know I'm gonna make it. Adrenaline is pumping, feel it running through my veins. And feel the rhythm in my bones, I put my soul down on the pavement. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'ma run like you're ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'ma run like Yeah, you think you know, you think that you can do it better. When the walls are closing in, I know that I can stand the pressure. You can keep on throwing more, there's not a storm that I can weather. I'm not gonna lie, I might be fueled by my aggression. It can make me lose my mind, I guess I never learned my lesson. In the end, I won't give in, I know for this that I am destined. But it's hard to breathe, I will not leave. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'ma run like you're ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'ma run like Maybe I'm colorblind. Don't know where I lost the colors. I only see black and white. Come to think of it, but it all comes back when the moon gets low, dancing in the afterglow. And when the room starts spinning and my eyes are closed, feeling like I'm not alone. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. I build a wall under the sheets, and when I'm dreaming that you're here with me, I close my eyes, keep eyes alive. Someone please turn off the lights. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. There's a ghost
Why don't we go somewhere where we can grow old together and nobody knows we're there? Come to think of it, but it all comes back when the moon gets low, dancing in the afterglow. And then the room starts spinning and my eyes are closed, feeling like I'm not alone. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. I build a wall under the sheets, and when I'm dreaming that you're here with me. Close my eyes, keep us alive. Someone please turn off the lights. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. There's a ghost in the
We had a barbecue in San Tropez in May with some friends drinking booze, getting all loose. We drove the cars to the beach on the outside of the street, sat around a bonfire, eating marshmallows all night. We were young at the time, I know it, but you were so damn fine. Couldn't get you on my mind. We were young at the time, I know it, but I wanted something more than you. 'Cause you wanna be free for the summer, free for the summer, free for the sun. You wanna be free for the summer, free for the summer, free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer. We met again later that summer at the beach in San Tropez. I was with my friends, you were by yourself. You came to hang out with me when the summer reaches end. Then I read your attention, but I had enough playing this game with yours. We were young at the time, I know it, but you were so damn fine. Couldn't get you on my mind. We were young at the time, I know it, but I wanted something more than you. 'Cause you wanna be free for the summer, free for the summer, free for the sun.
you wanna be free for the summer. Free for the summer, free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer.
Cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more. No, a crying dove may never fly. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. It's black and white. No more, baby. Love, no more, baby.
Hello everybody and welcome into the Goose House channel. Many of you watching just now for a massive match. It is Big versus Heretics. I am Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza JC. Hazza, this match couldn't get any bigger.
It certainly could not. The stakes incredibly high. The winner will confirm their spot in playoffs. The loser may be forced into the tiebreaker scenario. We're here with the EMEA qualifiers for Red Bull home ground, and we're in the final round of the Swiss stages before we look towards quarters, and from then onwards the final tomorrow, also live on this channel. Big, we saw them earlier. Heretics, we've been yet to see them so far on the channel. You already said a little bit that they're coming from different places of experience here while both performing at the top level.
Yeah, unfortunately for Big, they were the team to actually lose their last match, whereas Heretics has so much momentum coming into this win.
Yeah, winning their previous game puts them in that unique position that they're coming off the back of some momentum, whereas Big have just met their first loss. Gives a potential opportunity for them to reflect on some of those decisions that they made against the former finest roster, now under Bonk for the time being. It's always going to be a difficult opponent. I believe they're the only one to have gone flawless throughout the entirety of Swiss, so certainly they will have a target on their back by the time we reach the playoff stages, but Big and Heretics both equally as capable, looking to secure their spot and have to forego the possibility of a tiebreaker game.
Yeah, potentially. And while we're speaking about decisions, Hazard, we have one of the decisions that we have to talk about, maps. We are going to Haven, which, I mean, is a bit of a big one, especially, I mean, you raised some of the points in the last game as well.
Yeah, I think the thing with Haven is that it's so control based. We saw Excel in their game against Lampajan were able to dictate the pace of the map really well, and I think it's the same could probably be said for when we saw a Big playing earlier against OV2. This team, which you would expect to be the favorite coming in, shows exactly why they are the favorite, why they take up that mantle, because of the way that they try and influence areas of the map. Haven, most specifically, is always so important to have that kind of control. We saw a prioritization in A lobby from Excel that time around. It's going to be interesting to see what it is exactly that both of these teams try and bring forward in terms of game plan for this map, and that also coincides with agents, because there are a few differences between the teams the last time around there as well.
Could we not argue, though, in that OV2 game that Big maybe got lucky because they were quite ropey in some of those rounds, Hazard?
Lucky, unlucky. I think it all kind of goes out the window in the best of one. It's always going to be an incredibly cagey, scrappy affair, and I think Big, for the most part, handled those issues exceptionally well. They gave themselves more opportunities actually at winning out rounds than you would sometimes see other teams who play into that really orthodox style of economy, not willing to maybe buy a rifle onto a star player, let Twiston go and cause problems for your opponents. And I think that is something which gave them a bit more of a dynamic approach and let them have more success than maybe they would. You know, it wasn't the most comfortable of matches, but they were still able to come out on top, and that is the pedigree that you expect of a top tier team.
And I mean, realistically, Hazard, these best of wins, you kind of spoke about it. Cagey affairs where both teams are going into this, and I guess a map that they both agree is good for them. Nonetheless, though, we do go into the agent select.
We certainly do. Just looking at some of the choices here across the board, we already have the full Heretics lineup locked in. Double Initiator, Lowell's going to be playing on the Raze here this time around. No decision to maybe bringing in a Jet or something else like a Phoenix perhaps, who has had a resurgence with recent changes and specifically plays well on this map and has done for a period of time. Lucka looking at picking in the KO as well. I mean, it's essentially just a mirror composition, the only difference being that Big are opting here for double controller, and we spoke about it. I mean, it's literally in the name, right? We said about control here on Haven. It's a question of how much this Viper is going to expend them.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, no duelist for Big either. And Hazard, I'm wondering here, looking at it, do you think that with, I mean, looking at Big's composition, is there any like kind of real world applications in terms of the higher tiers where we've saw a Team 1, for instance, maybe use that double controller with no duelist?
I can't necessarily put my finger on it. One that I would think of, and this was absolutely ages ago, where Viper was used on Haven, would maybe have been like the old T1 lineup that they had in Korea like ages ago. They brought that in to try and, you know, cause a few problems, but for the most part, we don't see Viper get played on this map all too often because you do somewhat limit yourself with the amount of different choke points that you need to cover. When it comes to your attack, sometimes it's not really something that you're willing to give up. I mean, without having a duelist, Chamber still effect takes up that role in terms of the early picks and engagements they're able to find, but it's a very interesting setup. I'm just curious to see how they try and play it.
We will see that application come through in 10 seconds already. When we look towards Heretics, they are lining up towards the C. Imagine it'll be quick, it'll be fast, and only one player to engage, which will be that Chamber. Heretics 5 stacking here, but the Chamber just hiding away, Hazard. And with that being said, all it takes is a misstep. They're aiming towards Garage, does see the fade and does get the pick.
Oh, and now we're starting to see the setup come through. That toxic screen will deny sightlines across the entire back site. This is a retake setup from Big. Musashi, having already done the work that is asked of them, finding that opening kill, now sets them up perfectly here to try and make this retake come through. That 0 point also suppressing these players for a moment's time, but this is all just utility, which is delaying Big. And that once that push eventually comes through, they'll be in the perfect spot to capitalize. This is fantastic stuff.
Yep, it's all up to Kellogg's now, a player which everybody knows how good they can be, but they're relegated to a classic, gets one, but all the other players are going to clamp down. And there we go, the chamber goes, the round goes, and Big go 1-0 up.
That's such a nice creative strategy. The toxic screen across the site gave them backside control. There was a snakebite lineup as well, actually, which completely isolated Grabinho, forced him to go for the peak, and they were able to take that kill. From that point onwards, they could move on forwards. The toxic screen as well acts in force as extra cover for them to work with when the reveal comes through, so that those kills can also be found with relative ease, to be honest. So a really nice setup from Big here. Heretics looking to respond, but don't have all too much to do it with.
Yeah, one player just trying to run straight in towards Suze here, and Obnox will pick that up easily. Kellogg's does get the return though, even though they have been put on to 3 HP. 4 versus 4, upgrade potential there, Hazard, but I don't think that will be allowed considering the presence from Big.
Big still probing in this area as unable to find an additional kill. Dodging the paranoia is Lucka, but they're only good for 1, and trading back and forth like this won't be favorable for Big whatsoever. We see even more trades, that time in the form of utility, as it is down to this 2 versus 3. But the key position to note right now will be Musashi, who's already cleared all of C long, is holding down outside of A, and that just allows Big to control this area with a little bit more confidence. Twiston spots out both. Fake shrouded step, just waiting to peek out with the Spectre and take that kill.
Yeah, gets one player left to do it. Lil left on 30 HP, all the players just running around. It's like so many predators ready to eat up their prey. A team ace, everybody eating nice tonight, Hazard, or at least for round number 2. They'll get all that kind of, was it 150 credits extra in the pocket?
Something along those lines. It's an evenly shared pie, I guess you could say, on the dinner table, right? Split amongst the hungry squad of Big, who right now just looking to convert this bonus and carry on the momentum. Heretics in that round did decent damage. I think it's fair to say that they caused problems for Big when they took those team fights. Not the first time that we've seen a team on the defense create priority towards a lobby and not actually find that they're able to create a subsequent player advantage.
That player that was just watching on towards C dropped off. I believe it is Grabinho, who will drop further and further away as the players start to move towards A. And Musashi gonna be that player to hold down the site, or at least get a pick and get out. And Hazard, this is gonna be a huge moment.
That is the main way to look at it. Musashi again with the rendezvous set up for a retake this time around. They won't be in and amongst the site when it comes to it, and actually has to concede before the first engagement is taken. The Prowler clears out their position, and now Heretics have control of the site. Big on their bonus will have to come up with something big here if they want to respond.
Yeah, Grabinho facing 2 players, gets the first, second close by, but isn't really wanting to go too far forward. Nice paranoia, flash drives to come through as well. They'll swing at the right time, and Heretics are taking a huge advantage. 2 players left on Big. What can they do? What can they find? It really is a searching mission, exploration, as we see the Roman drop from heaven. It's a flawless round to answer the team A's, and Heretics, well, with a massive round.
Yeah, Big not asking too many questions of Heretics in that situation. With how compromised the buy was, you don't expect too much coming into this one. Musashi now on an operator. We will be feeling the full force of the setup that Big have been opting for, and I expect it may be somewhat similar to what we saw on the pistol round in terms of where the rendezvous are placed, or at least that engagement is taken, with the toxic screen once more placed to try and play for backside C control. Spike dropped in spawn by Heretics. They are poking this one out bit by bit and trying to give themselves some breathing room of their own by taking up some space on A.
Yeah, Spike not committed anywhere, just kept in spawn, which is fair enough. As the players try to make space, and again, it's that control simulator that you were talking about, Hazard, where players are trying to kind of ebb and flow, see what they can find. It's essentially Risk but Valorant edition. So let's see what they can find.
Yeah, we do see the Prowler clears out Garage as well, and Big will have heard that sound cue, still potentially worried about players in mid. They have no information to speak of in that area of the map. When you look at the last couple coming into the retake, they had already had heavy C-long presence, which they could use to move players over. A nice one-way is here for Aslan, and he does also have the Poison Cloud to fall back on as well. Both Snake Bites also available, and that will come in through towards long. Not much time left. The rotate is coming forward. Kellogg's inside the smoke, gets taken out. Aslan finds the first and the second as well to drop the spike.
Absolutely huge here, Hazard, and now Heretics are answering back with 2 huge kills from that raise. Aslan stuck in his position, and the paint shells come through huge. Musashi with the operator. Hazard, you can't help but feel that this might just be a save round as Heretics really slap down the buy round from Big.
Yeah, you would think it was, and I believe that's exactly what we're going to see come through. Musashi just playing for exits. Went for a quick look in towards that peak on the site to see if anyone was holding things down. You take that one out, and it's a 2 versus 1. It looks doable, but right now, that is not the case. It's going to be an operator kept through. We see them get that investment, but make nothing of it in this round. It was a swift execute, and you have to be looking at LoL there. Very nice kills in to open things up, and then the paint shells to flush out Aslan, who had been in the crux of short, holding things down, giving Big any kind of leverage. Now lost. And we'll have to see what the buy is like from these defenders to potentially keep themselves in it. You just got to play around the op, I think.
Yeah, and I think the isolation as well through creating phantom pressure on the other side of the map that you said with that Prowler through Garage, just kind of pulled an extra player over towards C, which again means that these players on site have to kind of go big. Sorry, pardon the pun, or go home. And that's kind of just what happened here. We'll need to see exactly what happens, because it is an op versus op between Musashi and Kellogg's.
Yeah, I think Musashi's quite comfortable to just play this off angle, maybe look in for a deeper peak after some time has elapsed in the round. Kellogg's, on the other hand, equally as reserved, just waiting, both of them in a standoff, as we see movements go on elsewhere on the map. Big have a heavy stack here towards A. Nearly said Big again. It's
so hard.
Writes itself. I know. It was like when we had Alive playing for XL. It's so difficult not to just jump for the pun that's in front of you. But yeah, Heretics slowing the pace down on this round. Big with that heavy priority on C with the operator, and then that enables them this A stack.
I mean, Hazard, maybe that speaks about us as people. In
Perhaps.
terms of like when it comes to like low hanging fruit, we're just so easy to just go and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, you said before we speak too much about food on the broadcast, so low-hanging fruit it really is. We're just constantly hungry. Either way, Twiston hungry to try and take a fight here on short, but is forced to back away. The utility comes through, the Nightfall to follow things up. The Stinger bites away a little bit of damage as they group up with the teammates backside. There's barely any time to speak of as it's ticking down, but Grabinho will cleanse those health bars of all their hit points. Heretics swarm on the site, and well, where have you seen this situation before?
I'm having a distinct feeling of deja vu, Hazard. Don't know where from, don't know why, but it seems as if we've been here before.
Oh no. Oh, but have you seen this one before? It seems like Musashi might be walking into Grabinho, who's holding the same angle that Kellogg's was at the beginning of the round. They traded places, and the operator does get dropped that time.
Yeah, huge stuff there actually coming in from Grabinho, that being able to identify exactly where they thought the player was. Maybe just better to stick and spawn. I mean, these are all if, buts and maybes for Big. Now moving through, when we look towards what's actually happening on the rifle rounds, Hazard, I mean, Big are not doing much. Is that pistol round fever that's affecting them?
Yeah, it's a couple of rounds where Heretics have managed to make their way in towards A as well, I think. Like, with how much priority these teams are putting on their A defense, if you lose out in the initial duels, then the retake is pretty much impossible. There's no one left to try and make it work with. We see Viper's Pit in the hands currently of the Viper, but doesn't look like they're wanting to invest it, and Heretics will try and buy themselves a little bit of space on all areas of the map, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Kellogg's has got so far in front and cleared so much space here. Aslan just kind of jump spotting to see if anyone's moving up. And as the spike slowly starts to make its way towards A once again, I mean, Big have such a better read this time, Hazza.
Yeah, and also that's through Musashi clearing out C Long. It's the second time now that we've seen that happen and Big be able to find an advantage. This is all on paper, of course, because the push has not yet come in. And as we said, that initial engagement counts for so much, but Musashi winning the fight on Grabinho now creates even further pressure for Heretics to cause something to happen here. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, the execute must be here and now.
Yeah, now look at this. Lil trying to be the catalyst, the executor. Can't find anything as the bullets fly by. Both teams trading out, but Heretics somehow getting the advantage once again. They make it 3 versus 2. Spike down, meaning only 2 guns up. But look at Twiston's position. Look at them in towards the sewers. They could easily find 1 or 2 as Musashi comes in to help out. The other players have went elsewhere, and we will see Lil potentially come in for a backstab on Twiston. They need to check Hell. They need to peek this as a 2. But no, they're isolating fights, and that's not what you want. Even though Big will still win out. 2 versus 2 now. Tapping the spike, trying to make players peek, and it's only going to be Kellogg's to peek out. Twiston denies that. Lil on 29 HP. What can Twiston do? Although, as they see the head, they can't get the final bullets onto this. Low on solo HP wins it, but the time's too low. Twiston only doing damage to the economy, but Heretics doing damage to the scoreline.
Yeah, it was a gun round for both teams, and we finally see Big get a little bit closer to picking up the round. Looking at the timeline here as well, it is that case of the pistol round syndrome. You're able to find that initial round, that initial success, but not capitalize from it in your gun round. The bonus from them even looking good, so it's a tough situation to be in. Viper's Pit committed as well with barely any time and a good read. Big was set up for success.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just not the conversion that we see coming through. This time around, there's an adaptation as Twiston is taking that space up mid with this Phantom and trying to strip away what Heretics have available to them. 0 Point also confirming now that they're up in towards main.
Yeah, Aslan trying to put down the Viper smoke there just to deny any sort of sewers progression. Grabinho, though, so far ahead. We are going to see the haunt come out, Hazza, but what is it realistically going to reveal? Nothing. So they know that there might be presence in towards short, although they've read into that far too much and they are moving towards C, although so is the spike.
Yeah, I think the main thing to note here in terms of information gained and lost is that Big were able to make that push through mid. Twiston gets up into window and breaks the trademark. Now suddenly Heretics feel that it's their duty to re-clear all of this space. And not just that, it's actually sent them in towards this C execute. Twiston using the From the Shadows confirms the positioning of these players. And with time ticking so low, the gamble will be coming through. Big stacking towards this site. Heretics actually looking to move elsewhere, but really not much time left for them to do this. Grabinho finds a huge kill, however, which opens the floodgates to a now undefended A.
Yeah, and I think as well as that, if you look towards Heretics, they've also realised exactly what Twiston's going to do. Kellogg's waiting with that tour de force, will get that pick, and now every player on site feels a little bit safer as all they do is combined together. Lil getting really aggressive. The haunt comes out here, and the last 3 remaining players of Big have to fight 5 of Heretics.
Yeah, Kellogg's is going to take down one of them. Musashi has a tour de force of their own, but Kellogg's is coming into his element at this point in time. 1 versus 5. I mean, deja vu time and time again. It's like Groundhog Day, Cairo. We've seen the same round multiple times, and I feel as if it may be panning out to the same conclusion as well. Pinged up through the horn, Heretics able to find their 5th.
And if you're big, Hazza, when do you stop and go, right, it's time for a time out. We need to take a break and actually revise what's been going wrong. What do we think's the issues here? On top of that, though, I mean, if you... Oh, there we go.
Oh, right now.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
Yeah, the call comes out right now. Kundi to call it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're also a player for OnlyFins, who are also playing in this tournament. Won some VRC, has plenty of experience, and yeah, they need to call upon some of that right now. Need to speak things over big, because I think on the previous round, it wasn't their full investment. It was the tour de force for Musashi to try and find some value, twisting with a weapon carried over, and in the early stages, it looked really good. And I think Big a couple of times here have made decent reads about what it is that Heretics are trying to do. The only issue is when it then comes down to that final execute, they're able to just drop the shoulder, change the game plan a tiny little bit, and add that extra bit of dynamic, which will see it over the line. Like, they shied away from the C execute. Big were perfectly set up to deny, but Grabinho just holding that lurk for a little bit longer. As the Omen, of course, you can put the dark covers from almost infinite range on the map. It is somewhat hindered to a certain extent, but from sewers, you'll still be able to do it. And plays the lurk really nicely to catch out that player and open things up for them.
Look at the positioning now from Aslan compared to previous rounds, Hazza, in terms of the fact that so backwards from the site. I mean, a lot of Big have went towards the seaside as well. So realistically, they've completely changed up how they want to do in terms of the retake, which, I mean, that's what works so well on that pistol.
Yeah, we've seen Twiston invest both dark covers actually outside of A to deny information from Heretics, because they still have so much to work with from Aslan. But that is a huge pick onto the operator of Musashi already, as Heretics get control of C. The only issue is it's just this setup. The setup that Big have for the retake, and Heretics may just be second guessing this despite the fact they've already broken into the choke.
Yeah, they've finally got that Viper wall down, so realistically, can get this spike down. They can also get players down. Kellog's going huge. Lovely double kill from them. Can they get one more? Yes, they can. Only one remains. It's all up to Lucka. They'll get 2, I think. Yes, they'll get 2. There we are. What 3! A shot. What? On to 4? It's on towards an operator. Would probably rather have a rifle here. Gonna have to try and get a spike. But Grabinho, well, take out Lucka. And as well, it looked so good. Everything, again, falls apart. Hazza, realistically, Big, if you're on the Haven defence, and it is so attacker bias right now, I mean, they only need one round to make themselves competitive for the next half.
I think so, but at the same time, with the setup that they have, I think Big want to try and control these defensive rounds more than is typical. Yeah. So when you then move over towards the attack, they have lots of utility, but they don't have a duelist, for example. Like LoL, you're going to be playing on that Raze. You don't have someone that can just create loads of space for you in the same kind of sense, I suppose. So it does really go both ways. I mean, LoL, Kellogg's going ridiculous on that operator round after round. And while this may not have been a full investment for Big, Heretics are getting a lot of momentum here, and it will be difficult to try and shut down before the end of the half. Something else I want to mention as well from Heretics on the previous round that I do admire is that they have that read on the Big setup. They saw the toxic screen, waited for it to go down, and then challenged backside.
Right. Looking at this right now, I mean, the players are slowly moving towards C. I mean, okay, Obnox, okay, gets 2, but in the grand scheme of things, it's all in vain. Spike will go down and 3 players are there, unless Musashi can come up with some miracle work here on only a headhunter and a classic.
Yeah, and it's the headhunter you're mainly going to be looking to. Takes the first bullet, but Laurel is there to close things out. 7-2. Heretics now, at the very least, have their first half advantage. Obnox, from this position, does good damage, but you got to come up with the goods, something ridiculous there to give them any chance. Heretics already dismantling the bulk of that defense before it came down to the final push for the objective to be secured. Buy round for both teams now, however. We have to look at what Big have been talking over and how they can respond from that timeout earlier.
I mean, you always worry because, like, what happens? What's the fail-safe if this round does fall apart? Kellogg's has been discovered. Players trying to engage on Musashi. They're playing it safer this time. They've dropped all the way out. There is one player trying to re-aggress. It is that Omen on towards long, gaining information. But the space taken from Heretics again is huge. That is... Oh, that's close for Twiston.
Yeah, too close for comfort, perhaps. The spike still elsewhere. Twiston actually backs away from this one, holding incredibly passive. Heretics perhaps recommitting, though. They took a lot of space. C Long afforded a very big rotate from Big and are still yet to decide where they're going. Well, I mean, look at this, though. The majority of A control already taken. The calls will be flowing through here. Pora practically barking at them to make their ways over. I think the key is just to shift walk, though, because you don't want to give up too many sound cues. Big probably aware at this point, however, that the site is compromised and we will be going into what is a 5 versus 5 post plant. Not if Kellogg's has anything to say about it, which so far in this game has been quite a lot.
Yeah, they have been telling Big to stop. Nightfall invested, and here we go. We are going to get that null command. It's immediately shut down. This man, can we call him a man? Seems to be godlike in the way that they're just fragging out here. Nice, well, resurgence of that player as we start to see Big come through. All the frags coming out. It's all up to Kellogg's once again. They need to come up huge. Going to TP out. That could be the chance. The chance is gone. And Heretics lose out for the first time in a long time, in 7 rounds to be exact, Hazza. And Big get their first rifle round, their first buy round.
Yeah, they do. And Kellogg's getting shut down for the first time in a while there, if you can even call it that. I mean, yeah, Big, good in the retake, and I think that's what's most important, having that team cohesion and finding themselves around. It's been way too long. The pistol and the anti-eco, the only ones that they had to show for up until that point. Heretics finally meeting their match in this game, so we'll have to see if the approach is any different from them this time around. Already closing down a lot of that space in A lobby here, setting themselves up for another A hit potentially.
They have found one player, that being Aslan. And already the players moving through, they've been so shut down. Look at that utility, the paint shells and a fragment grenade. Musashi now holding down the long angle, seeing what they can find. I think they just missed a player, but they'll look at Kellogg's. They're going to pop out and they're going to get their head popped off. It is a 3 versus 2, but look at Grabinho in the back. Sights has her.
Yeah, Grabinho always with such a valuable flank. We've seen him do it time and time again. We'll at least get one here on Obnox, and now that's happened. Musashi is entirely compromised. This off angle, ridiculous. Incredibly acute. They're able to find it. 4 versus 1, just luck left. Perhaps a save call, but with barely any rounds left in this half, what do you even do at that point in time? I don't know. Big running out of answers at this point.
I mean, I think, like, I guess, like, this is probably, like, the biggest amount of copium that is physically possible. But I guess, like, I mean, and the good thing is Big have 3 rounds. So I guess they could have the 9-3 curse. But I always put a caveat on that being that they have to win a pistol round. I mean, that is proper copium, though.
Yeah, I think you may need to take a few more huffs because Big right now, at the very minimum, want to be taking this round. Like, look, you can talk 9-3 curse all you want. You speak about it and, it doesn't exist at that point anymore. we need more than that really to see more glimpses from Big of what they're trying to do here. Going over to their attack, it's going to be interesting how they try and line up. A pistol round for Heretics could be the nail in the coffin, and well, on this round at least, that is the first incision already made, Obnox dropping.
Yeah. People always talk about Ye and El Diablo and all that sort of chat. I mean, realistic.
All that NA rubbish.
Yeah, exactly. We don't talk about that region. Realistically, Kellogg's here seems to be on another level, has a... I mean, I don't even know what the nickname could be for the likes of Kellogg's. But, I mean...
Well, you know, Kellogg's sounds like Kellogg's. That would be a breakfast cereal. It seems as if Heretics start off most of their rounds right instead of their day with a pick from him. But I think that is probably a stretch.
Yeah, I've got a good one, but I think it's a bit further than PG-13, so we won't use it.
Start your round off right with a kill from Kellogg's. Yeah, that's the branding to take. Either way, I mean, Heretics have really split the map here. Big forced into an A rotate, and LOL is in the midst of things at this point in time. Aslan, I think, is at least somewhat aware that a player could be close by. Lucker on hand here. The comm eventually comes through, but not before the paint shells leave their satchel. 2 versus 2 as the trade is there with a spike planted.
Twisting, this is going to be a crunch here, as Twisting does come from that long position, but Lucker is going to have to be good, isn't good enough, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Yes, Twisting can get it, the paranoia comes out, but pushes Twisting back. It's going to ult out and try and make that Grabinho double think here. They've moved in towards Garage. The dark cover's coming out, is going on towards Spike. Does Grabinho know? Well, they'll know now. They've peeked out, they've got initial engagement, they've got initial damage. That Spike is low as well. Oh no, has to go on towards the Sheriff. Grabinho does so much work, but with such little time, Twisting will lose out. Grabinho will win the round, and Heretics go 9-3.
Really strong stuff here from Heretics in the first half. Those tuning in are aware of the stakes in this game. The winner of this will confirm their place in playoffs. Big at this point in time, looking like they'll have to make their way through an additional tiebreaker before quarterfinals eventually reaches them. Here's the knife duel that we just missed out on. Didn't matter too much in the end. Grabinho wins the Battle of the Omens. And it could be a bad omen here if Big aren't able to at least find a pistol round to get themselves going again.
It's this thing again, this issue that keeps cropping up during these streamed games that we've had, where it's the team with the least amount of momentum that has the faltering performance in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the games that we had earlier, right? I mean, you can remember the results. It was TENSTAR that had lost coming in against CGN, who were fresh off a win. Very easy for them to double up there and take that one 13-4. Heretics also coming off a win, Big finally meeting Resistance, and then it's just only going to get more difficult for them here against a team who are looking very good at this point in time.
Yeah, I think we are 0 for 3 on teams who have had, but in their last game, had a loss, which is pretty, it's pretty interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
Big stalled out outside of A for the time being, but look at the space and the control that Heretics have right now. The 2 players outside of main, I mean, they're just waiting for these players to push in and creating a chasm, a bloodbath, a potential meat grinder for these players to try and contest.
Yeah, I don't know if Big know how heavy this flank is. They'll have to try and deal with it. I was worried for a moment that they had conceded too much space in sight, but Lucker is condemned to die in the corner there. Heretics coming through on the retake.
My goodness.
Carrying on as they mean to. Musashi just about able to do enough damage and give them the kill on Kellogg's, who had fallen out of the bird's nest there, but Heretics right now flying high, getting their 10th.
Yeah, they look extremely good, Heretics, right now. 10-3 for the time being. And look at Kellogg's, 18-9. I mean, I'm so interested to find out what they'll be like, what the first blood statistic will be like for them, and the kind of post game. But already doing, I don't know if you could call it God's work. Certainly seems to be the devil's work at the time.
Yeah, especially from that attacker's side as well. I think getting so much value from an operator on attack can sometimes be difficult, but Big felt pretty happy to give those peeks through. Now, Heretics are going to be going up against the Force Spy. This time, with the German team on the attack, they want to try and bring things forward, but Kellogg's is in place and cutting them down one by one, headshot after headshot. This man only gets better and better.
Yeah, exactly. Twiston does take out Kellogg, so finally shutting down that player. As they do get aggressive, they're taking too many.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was about to say, Big were taking too many chances. They're not checking angles, running across. I don't know if they were kind of what's called blinded or whatnot, and that's why they were jumping. But like, they forced into that one, and it just was a complete wipeout.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to show for from that round. Kellogg's shutting things out before they even look to begin. You take 2 kills. It's a 5 versus 3 coming into one of the more difficult sites to break into, especially on this map, probably the hardest if there's a setup there from the defenders, which there was. On top of that, in the post, you need that proactive control towards either connector or like even heavy mid presence to do so. Not something they had. And well, look who's on the scene once again. Kellogg's with another opening kill.
Oh no. Oh no, they'll just missed that out and we'll give an upgrade away. Twiston picks up that rifle. There's only 2 players there. There's a little bit of a response. We see 2 players rotating on towards that pressure. They're going to give up a free ultimate. Or I say free. It's not that free at all.
Not free when Snick's guarding it. They comfortably take that kill, and it's an advantage now back towards the defending side of Heretics. Kellogg's still floating around this mid position and may look to punish. Spots the shoulder of Obnox, and that is the spike felled. Musashi will have to try and fight this one back. Chamber versus Chamber, but the rotate looks to be coming through. 3 players sliding their way through the sewers, sneaky in their positioning. Musashi trying to go around the back as well. Flankers become flanked. So difficult to call where this round will go, but as long as Kellogg's is alive, they'll be making impact. Another kill for him should close things out.
Yeah, well, the spike's now in Heretics' court. They now control that, and with Lucker trying to use the crosshair here has it. The thing is, though, this is heresy. This is Heretics. They don't know. They don't respond to religious norms. And, well, they answer back. They shut down Big and move on towards that map point.
I mean, this has been one of the most one-sided games at this point in time. I think it's fair to say that we've seen all afternoon, Cairo, in every single round of Swiss so far, despite the disparities in caliber between opponents. But both of these 2 teams, I think realistically you're looking upper end tier 2, even, you know, knocking on the door of tier 1. A lot of these players with previous experience on an international stage. Kellogg's, for example, was there. VCT Masters, Berlin with G2. They have the capability 110%, but Big right now not living up to the promise that we had maybe been delivered of them from that first best of 1 that we saw against OV2. And they've got to respond. 9 match points between them and that tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's an uphill battle. It gets even bigger. Snick taking out Twiston. And I mean, Kellogg's gets aggressive here. Ooh. I think they might give up a pick already. They don't realise. Yep, there we go. Lucker will take that player. Finally, Kellogg's off the board. But look at the space it's taken on C.
Yeah, Grabinho's already testing the limits towards C Long once again. Pora finding a kill in towards Garage and confirming that space with the fragment grenade, aware that a flank could be coming through, but still not better of it. Musashi wins that one out, and we're back down to a 3 versus 3. Both of these teams still firing at the same level. The main issue is, however, that Grabinho has held on to this position in C Long, holding that angle once more. Will be looking for a kill on Musashi. If they find it, then Big may struggle to claim the round. Even goes on to the Ghost to get the kill. A second follow-up with the Spectre means it's a 3 versus 1. Aslan in the clutch. We've seen them do it before. This is asking too much of them. Snick takes it. The Heretics win 13-3.
I mean, has so many people turned out for Heretics. I can understand why people are out here to support the Spanish side, because my God, they put on a performance, an absolute rout. Bearing in mind, we saw a 13-1, but that 13-1 felt closer than what this was. Big, only able to get 3 rounds, 2/3 of which were a pistol and an anti-eco.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you say start as you mean to go on. I think that's what we saw as soon as Heretics got into the gun rounds. The bonus got lost, and then it was like 6 or 7 rounds before we finally see Big meet that response. Coming into the pistol round as well, I was so excited. We had the double controller set up, the toxic screen towards backside. Like, oh, they've really got a game plan as to how they want to try and do this. But it just didn't come to light, and perhaps that is one of the reasons why we don't see a composition such as that on Haven, because it requires a lot for all of the pieces to pull together and for it to come out. As soon as Heretics had a good read of how the defense like to play, they were able to punish it time and time again. For that reason exactly, we see them 13-3 victors and secure their place in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's I think, all in all, once Heretics had executed onto C first, they realised how that kind of that retake setup was being played out. They were just like, well, why would we even execute into this? They just kept executing A. It felt like, do you remember when Icebox first came out and it was just execute A, execute A, execute A?
Yeah.
Like, I think we had a game where it was like 12 rounds, 13 rounds, executing
pretty much.
Yeah, so like that's just...
I think as well, another player you've got to note there is Kellogg's and how much early impact he was able to find on the operator, especially from the attacking side. Ridiculous stuff. It gave Heretics a fantastic platform from which to work. I mean, every single member on that team with good value, Grabinho on loads of impactful flanks as well. So all in all, very nicely done from Heretics. I like their read as well into like that C retake. They knew about it. Even when they did go for C, there was that awareness of when they should be challenging certain angles and getting those timings more preferential. But yeah, so they end up winning. That is going to be all from Big Heretics. We do have some more games coming up for you guys later on though, so stay tuned. When we return from the break, we will be there with that.
Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Eat faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It seems like till the wick burns out. Just tripping on day. Dreams got dirty, little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Wondering how to make a play all night. Looking your way from out of sight. Thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right. Ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Said you look good in the dim bar light. So damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked. So out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Somebody like me. Somebody like me. Took you out and showed you the city. How'd you let somebody so pretty's what they said to me? Yeah, that's what they said to me. Well, they told me I didn't stand a chance, yeah. Face value, had you at a glance, yeah. But nobody ever asked if you could dance, yeah. Well, only one who did that was somebody like me. When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked, and I think about you, a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. Somebody like me. When you ask my name, I panic. So out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked, and I think about you, a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me.
She been in your bedroom, I know that. Feeling her on your skin. Think I don't know where your head's at. Where do I begin? Wrapping your fingers around her. Late at night, drinking. You let it linger, you couldn't quit. I think I'll leave it all behind. Love me a new one. I won't waste my time. Fuck it with you. Oh, let me show you how. Find me another. You can't break me down. Under the covers. Borrow my touch just to break it. You thought that I would need it back, but you didn't know that I faked it. No tears, no heart attack. Leave it all behind. Love me a new one. I won't waste my time. Fuck it with you. Oh, let me show you how. Find me another. You can't break me down. Under the covers. Borrow my touch just to break it. You thought that I would need it back, but you didn't know that I faked it. No tears, no heart attack. I lived a life without a meaning. I lived a life without a sense. But once you've opened up my eyes, I started healing and made me find another chance.
I tried to survive all the pain inside my mind, but only God knows how to leave it all behind. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to sort the fight from once upon a time. Will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. The world we knew just started changing. The world we had just broke apart. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to sort the fight from once upon a time. Will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. Heaven's so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. I remember when the bartender said it's on the house, you make me wanna fall in love. The weather felt better when we were in it together. Oh, I miss the way we used to talk about nothing. I hate to say I should have seen it coming. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, baby? No wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key. If you wanted to talk, you would've texted. If I wanted to stop, I would've let it go. But I get it, it's alright, 'cause I can't keep my shit together. Safe, you can't debate that. Don't want shit to get better, 'cause it made me forget it all and I hate that. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, baby? No wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky. by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I know that you've been waiting. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. 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 feet put down on foot when the sun goes down. We our feet put down on foot when the sun goes down. We our feet put down on foot when the sun goes down. We our feet put down on foot when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't.
get along just fine here on our own. What you offering? Another money mind. Oh, you wanna rob me blind? Well, I don't know this time. Oh, don't want it just to lie. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Been listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Don't wanna trust a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to you try to keep us down, but we are backing out because the time is now. You're screaming till you're breathless, till other voices drown. No, we ain't backing down. Oh, our time is now. Don't want it just a liar. Don't wanna feel the fire. Tell me what to do. Hey, hey. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to Don't wanna just a liar. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. What to do.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on. turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. I need another story, something to get off my chest. My life gets kinda boring, need something that I can confess. Till all my sleeves are stained red from all the truth that I said. Come by it honestly, I swear. Thought you saw me wink, no, I've been on a break. So tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insanity, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. My God, amazing how we got this far. It's like we're chasing all those stars. Who's driving shiny big black cars? And every day I see the news, all the problems that we could solve. And when a situation rises, just write it into an album, send it straight to gold. I don't really like my flow, no, so tell me what you want to hear, something that'll light those ears. Sick of all the insanity, I'm gonna give all my secrets away. This time, don't need another perfect life. Don't care if critics ever jump the line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. Got no reason, got no shame, got no family I can't blame. Just don't let me disappear, I'ma tell you everything.
On our own, we jump, we fall, forgotten world. We're running out, running out, running out now. like yesterday, 'cause we're running out now. You can see in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay, so we're running out now. We're fighting, we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. Time has come to stand our ground and close the door to paralyze stereotype fucked up minds. Every day there's a choice where to go, and you can turn it around. You can see in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay, so we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. There's a man sitting next to you with a scarf around his head, and when it's down to the last end, he could be the one that saves you. And there's a woman driving in the car, and she talking her phone when you cross in the street, and she could be the one that kills you. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay, so we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you.
I'm alone here on my island, floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know, and I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. As time goes racing by, I'm wishing I could be fine, but I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind, watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue.
let me take you there. You see, I've been around the globe. I've seen a lot, babe. But I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. Just tell me where you wanna go. North Pole, East, West, baby, I'll go anywhere. We'll take a plane and take a boat. I don't really care, just as long as it will get us there. Cause I wanna see what's above. I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off. We can leave it all behind. Right. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should both get set, go, take off.
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain, game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. No rival. Don't you know that I locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain. Game of survival. Anytime or place. Watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own. Never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no. I got no rival. No rival. I got no
Felt me like a Hellcat. Felt me like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. till I'm dead, no good at pacing. Push me past my breaking point, but it don't even faze me. You think you got me beat, I guess you don't know who you're facing. I got places to go and you know I'm gonna make it. Adrenaline is pumping, feel it running through my veins. And feel the rhythm in my bones, I put my soul down on the pavement. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it, ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it. Yeah, you think you know, you think that you can do it better. When the walls are closing in, I know that I can stand the pressure. You can keep on throwing more, there's not a storm that I can weather. I'm not gonna lie, I might be fueled by my aggression. It can make me lose my mind, I guess I never learned my lesson. In the end, I won't give in, I know for this that I am destined. But it's hard to breathe, I will not leave. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it, ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it. Maybe I'm colorblind. Don't know where I lost the colors. I only see black and white. Come to think of it, but it all comes back when the moon gets low, dancing in the afterglow. And when the room starts spinning and my eyes are closed, feeling like I'm not alone. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. I build a wall under the sheets, and when I'm dreaming that you're here with me, I close my eyes, keep us alive. Someone please turn off the lights. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. There's a ghost in the machine.
Just black and white love. Come on, baby. Love, no more, baby. Black and white. Come on, baby. Love, no more, baby. Just black and white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. Just black and white. Just black and white.
Swipe left, someone said something stupid. Swipe right, now I'm watching what you did. Backward down, now I'm at a disadvantage. But I think that it's worth it. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say tomorrow never comes, so make the most, but I think I am done with today. Think I am done with today. Boss says, man, you gotta make an effort. Feel like all I do on earth is just say yes, sir. And when I tell people how they make me feel, they treat me like a leper. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again, again, again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say tomorrow never comes, so make the most, but I think I am done with today. Think I am done with today.
Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind, can't shape the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't tame me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down.
the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround, the atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I'll let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. Is what I waited for.
Beyond infinity and back again. I'm to them. Young dog and a talking. You know once in the shine, don't vex when you get married. Me nah make trouble stress my brain. Cut checks me, I cut to the chase. Start never second hand, never second hand, never stopping for a second, talking up on the line. Look a jump and sound, I go try and make statement. Don't test my patience.
change a thing. If it was all or nothing, then I would want it all. Happiness needs pain, like the ground needs rain, and fire breathes flame, like I need you. Victory needs a fight, like the dark bleeds light, and wrong craves right, like I need you. Like I need you. Like I need you. Like I need you.
I'm feeling lovesick, but I kinda like it, feels like a trip. Got my temperature rising over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And before I thought I was better alone. Never thought I'd say you know when you know. I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody, and I got stranger feelings for you. Can I stay with you? Do you feel strange too? Do you feel strange too? Got my heart rate racing over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And before I thought I was better alone. Never thought I'd say you know when you know. I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody, and I got stranger feelings for you.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look
for me if I disappear. No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? 'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
Chase the wind and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
Brother, sister, can you hear that? Our heartbeat cutting through the ether. Star drifters, can you feel that? One love can make us all believers. A generation of renegades, we don't have to stay alone. So brother, sister, can you see our light guide us home? We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. All the faces in this ocean come together, making memories in motion. We're the traces of the chosen. Let's come together with a heart wide open. A generation of renegades, we don't have to stay alone. So brother, sister, find your spaceship and let it take you home. We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. They're gonna see us from outer brother, sister, star drifters. We're the traces of the chosen. We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. So they can see
can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't know, yeah. For every run that we had, surrounded, I knew it. But I'll be ready every day. You know everything's alright. Are we gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, can we pray tonight? Baby, can we pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't
spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Wondering how to make a play all night. Looking your way from out of sight. Thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right. Ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Said you look good in the dim bar light. So damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked. So out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Somebody like me. Somebody like me. Took you out and showed you the city. How'd you let somebody so pretty's what they said to me? Yeah, that's what they said to me. Well, they told me I didn't stand a chance, yeah. Face value, had you at a glance, yeah. But nobody ever asked if you could dance, yeah. Well, only one who did that was somebody like me. When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Somebody like me. When you ask my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me.
She been in your bedroom, I know that. Feeling her on your skin. Think I don't know where your head's at. Where do I begin? Wrapping your fingers
just to break it. You thought that I would need it back, but you didn't know that I faked it. No tears, no heart attack. Leave it all behind. Love me a new one. I won't waste my time. Fuck it with you. Oh, let me show you how. Find me another. You can't break me down under the covers. Just to break it. You thought that I would need it back, but you didn't know that I faked it. No tears, no heart attack. I lived a life without a meaning. I lived a life without a sense. Once you've opened up my eyes, I started healing and made me find another chance. So I tried to survive all the pain inside my mind, but only God knows how to leave it all behind. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight from once upon a time. Will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. The world we knew just started changing. The world we had just broke apart. We were bound at the start, now you're tearing me apart, and I'm the one to start the fight from once upon a time. Will I just keep floating away from this world? Pick me up, give me hope, let me say one more word. Heaven so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. Heaven so far away tonight, but where the water meets the sky, we'll be alright. The world we left behind. I remember when the bartender said it's on the house, you make me wanna fall in love. The weather felt better when we were in it together. Oh, I miss the way we used to talk about nothing. I hate to say I should have seen it coming. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, babe? But no wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you're leaving.
texted if I wanted to stop, I would've let it go. But I get it, it's alright, 'cause I can't keep my shit together. Say fuck it, yeah, can't debate that. Don't want shit to get better, 'cause it made me forget it all and I hate that. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, baby? No wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I knew you'd leave me, 'cause loving me is the key.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Red Bull Homegrounds EMEA qualifier here on the Goose House channel. This is going to be an absolute banger. We're heading into quarterfinals now. I'm Cairo, joined by Hazza GC. Hazza, mate, what do you make of this?
We have a fantastic game coming up, Cairo. Finest versus Koi, or should I say Bonk. Both teams going through changes within the org, I suppose you could say. Recently, we saw that merger with Rogue for Koi. Finest not around anymore. Now it is Bonk Valorant being represented here by a slightly different roster, a couple of players coming into the side, and they've managed to make a convincing run thus far. Both teams came out of the Swiss stages with a 5-1 record. The only loss which Koi picked up was a forfeit that they had to take because due to player arrangements, I suppose. So they'll certainly be feeling a little bit more confident, perhaps in the sense that they haven't lost a game yet on a technicality, but both incredibly strong coming into this one, and I cannot wait to get into this game.
Yeah, this is it. Now, for those at home who don't know how this playoff stage of the qualifier works, it is one and done. You have to leave everything on the field, and for quarterfinals, Hazza, it's only a best of one.
Yeah, I don't think there are too many tournaments where you'd get to this stage in the competition and you're still looking at a best of one, but with the vast amount of teams and the vast amount of quality that we've had throughout this tournament, 64 teams, to narrow them down to this 8 and then 4 by tomorrow when we reach the semi-final stage, then looking on towards that grand final best of 5 in the home ground format. Yeah, it's a sight to behold. The map that we've got coming up for you will be Ascent, with Koi starting on the defensive side. Let's take a look at these picks.
Yeah, exactly. Going back to bread and butter Valorant, to be honest, here, Hazza, all the fundamentals will come out and probably be, I guess, have the biggest floodlight on them. So that's going to be intense for both teams to make sure they get the simple things right.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at the team comps here as well, it's a real difference to what we had, seen in teams that had played this map earlier on. I think the setup from Big a bit different as well here. Firen going on towards the Cypher, not something which I think it's fair to say we see too often here. And a Sage coming out from Jusu as well. So deviating quite a bit away from the standard comps on this map, I suppose, but still double initiator for both teams. Jusu being one of those players that's come in, as well as Kiko playing for Wild and Jusu playing for BDS, both in the VRL France League, and now making up this team former finest roster.
Yeah. I mean, has it again? It's that kind of conversation of initiators when it's the Fade versus Sova. What does one bring? What does the other kind of leave out sort of scenario? And every single time, I can't help but feel in favour of that Fade.
Yeah, I think Fade has lots more clearing utility, right? You get 2 Prowlers, which will be great for testing out certain areas of the maps, but the open skybox always is going to favour the Sova here as well. This is an agent which has gone hand in hand with Ascent ever since it came out, and Bonka, in the name of the team itself, is always going to be feeling confident on this agent. We've seen them play it time and time again. Coming into this one as well, I think the difference between Sentinels is probably the biggest standout for me here. What Firen is going to be able to get value-wise on the Cypher will be interesting to see as they're setting up outside of B right now. Jusu on the Sage, of course, to control certain areas, but more the absence of a chamber.
Yeah, it is totally bizarre, to be honest. I mean, KG's pick rate has skyrocketed recently, especially from Champions, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw that. I mean, even, I guess, the Cypher with, like, Sugetsu, etc., loving that agent. But the fact that we've seen a Sage pickup rather than a Chamber, really, it doesn't boggle my mind, but it certainly, I'm like, this is a bit strange.
Yeah, it's about what they can get out of it, right? We've seen teams play Sage on this map before. Fnatic, one to note there, of course, as already that first trip and only tripwire, actually, that Firen has to work with has been fired out. Early information being taken away from Koi, or given into their hands, I suppose, by this interaction. Bonk, with players lined up in A main, though, will look to hold on to some of this space, as it's quite a wide default with neither team contesting mid at this point in time.
Oh, Famsi just not getting picked up there. That was an opportunity Tailwind will take that opportunity away, and all the players slowly starting to move in towards this shot position, or at least training their eyes towards it, maybe even going further and moving down in towards market. There is obviously the Cypher cam that is watching for that I say passive information, it's active information through that cam.
Yeah, and we'll be expecting a rotate quickly after it. There's only 30 seconds left, and that is the cue to go. Koi will be looking to move on through, but not before Bonk have entered the site. The utility will follow things up. Kaiko closing the gap and closing the door as well to make this retake more difficult. Paranoia comes through to help. Cake in the backside. Good for 1, 2, and 3. I can't believe it. It's a quad already. Blink and you'll miss it. It's only Dest left alive. Koi... that's just ridiculous.
Nah, I don't know how they've got away with that. Dest, okay, just shooting, firing off shots here. Finally gets 2, maybe even 3 the times out anyway. Doesn't matter. It's just, I guess it's just kind of pocket change for the pocket of Dest.
Yeah.
All in all, though, what a play from the fade at the back of sight.
It's just ridiculous. I understand the first 2 kills, but then the third to follow it up turns around and Bonkar isn't even aware to claim a 4th, a quad on the round, and that fight between Dest and Sakake almost gave us a bit of extra time to think about what we had just seen. Incredibly prolonged between the 2 of them, but in the end, it is a clean pickup for Koi.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, this might not be as clean a round as we think already. Look at these players and the weapons that they have. There was 4 Stingers and a Spectre, and they're going straight for it. They're going straight for these players, although Saki, again, denying this. Again, we are seeing these teams fight one another. It's 4 versus 4. This woman has an opportunity. Will down this spike, and it's turned into a assault. It's turned into a death match. We're down to a 2 versus 2. And both of these teams have equal health.
Yeah, the health bar's looking the same on both sides. Bonkar getting caught out for the 2nd round in a row, this time with the spike. And it's in a really difficult situation here for Bonk to try and take. They have the site, but they don't have the objective which is required of it. Dest will be peeking first on low HP. Neptuno tucking in the corner. Shots getting traded between both teams. There's still a Cloudburst available. That horn could be detrimental. Keiko takes a flash of damage through the wall, but not enough to drop them just yet. Time still ticking down. Plenty of it left to work with, but... has to be some kind of a push come in here from Bonk. That's lovely from Kaiko, able to get the first. Sakake has high HP, will even go for the Nightfall. Maybe not necessary. It only takes a single point of health from Dest, who is able to win it out this time around in the duel between the 2 players. And Bonk have their instant response.
Right, let's take a breather, because these last 2 rounds have been pretty much quick as they could come. Rolling with the punches right now. Bonk winning that anti-eco and actually stopping the conversion from Koi is absolutely massive for the economy game here, Hazza.
Yeah. That is the economy of Koi ground down to dust at this point in time. Incredibly fine. 5 sheriffs to try and work with. There is still some utility. We're seeing a passive setup here from Fine to just levy a little bit of control towards B. There's a tripwire in mid as well, and that's given the room for Koi to make a stack up in towards mid. Famsi is leading the charge, but Bonkar can peek out and have quite a few players on their hands, but unable to convert. It hasn't been the best of starts for the captain so far, and Koi find a player advantage here in the opening moments.
Yeah, that's a big first pick. Unfortunately, though, the upgrade unavailable to be picked up there. Although they don't know that there was nobody really that close. They didn't want to risk it. Didn't want to risk the man count. Famsi, though, up above. Lovely swing from Keiko. Gets that first one. There is more players to be found here, as there's 3 on the site, all with sheriffs playing these close quarter angles. Talking about them. Magnum will peek out, will win this out, but it's Bonk to come out on top. Barrier Orb invested, but the site's completely open. The healing orb will bring that damage to 0. And now Fern will have to somehow come back into the site.
Yeah, Fern trying to move in here. Will get their presence detected off the back of that suppression. And now Bonk know too much about this situation. The barrier orb denying main. Really few places that the player could be coming from. The door also closed. The flank slowly approaching. Jusu does drop, but that is all. Dest closes out yet another round for Bonk, and they keep that advantage.
Yeah, and they are doing extremely well there at Hazard to do so. Only thing is, though, is in terms of this round, it essentially becomes... when you lose an anti-eco, I mean, you're essentially resetting everything. And we are looking at this essentially being Bonk's bonus round.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're not investing as if it is a bonus round.
Yeah, it's always difficult to call, right? Kako has actually bought up into a full Vandal here. No more credits left for the duelist. But yeah, it's always a difficult situation when the rounds don't pan out as you expect them to, because economy is always called into question. If Bonk are able to pick this one up, then Koi are in a very worrisome spot. Null Command is available. Right now, it seems as if they're just trying to strip back as much of that Cypher utility as possible. Spycam still in towards market. Neither of these teams liking to have a very proactive hold in mid, I think it's fair to say, is a big observation in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, exactly. You've got this passive hold where the Cypher cam is just like kind of giving away information. While there'll be two players sent up there, realistically, majority of this push is still towards A and still leaning that way. I think they're just trying to manipulate that Cypher cam. Magnum, though, trying to manipulate the map, gets the first pick on towards Jusu, potentially a second, but no kicks, gets that pick. And now Hazza, we're in a 3 versus 4.
They were not expecting the double up on short there, Bonk, as they made their way through from the shadows. Puts Dest into heaven, but they will be in heaven in physical form as well as they get taken out. Neptuno finds Bonkar, and it is just Keiko, the one player to have made the investment here on the round. As comfortable as he may feel playing on the Goose House channel once again, this caliber of opponent is something different on Red Bull home ground, and I feel as if it's just going to be the save call for him. I like Bonk trying to take some space on the map. They were able to get into market really nicely, but then there was no action from it. They faded away, and yeah, Koi able to win out those gunfights on short in their numbers.
Yeah, and looking at what's just happened, I mean, I think Bonk are kind of going up against a really big foe here in terms of the fact that even Koi have the likes of Magnum, who I mean we've seen at international finals, is that experience that they'll have to not overpeak, not have that resilience not to peak. And I think like Bonk really have the onus on them to go and make things, go and be playmakers here, which is going to be interesting. And a big adaptation we've seen from Koi is that mid hold.
I think another point to hark off of what you were saying there as well is that Koi are incredibly passive with this defender's sided hold. The setup is different this time around as well, like you duly noted. And Bonk have actually moved 3 players up here on A to make the execute happen. Spike in hand, Jusu looking to maybe execute. The first of the tripwires is broken. But that defense does not falter, doesn't move whatsoever, unwavering in their positions, very happy to just stay posted up on these angles and let Bonk make that first decision.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when you're on defense on a cent especially, there's no point in over peaking because you, again, I mean, it can be very execute focused sometimes. And if you let those executes start to come in with an advantage, then all they need to do is trade out to the win. We are going to see the null command come through. In terms of what Koi have done, they've not really bought much into it.
Yeah.
There is utility instead going on towards B. A peak potentially from the jet comes through. FAMC gets a double, even more potentially supported by the flash drive. It doesn't work out, and Bonk answer back.
Potentially overcooking this one. Magnum finds a quick kill and is able to fade away from things. Neptuno introduced to the fray will drop the spike and surely secure the round here for Koi. Kicks locked out and without a key has to try and fight their way back through. Not going to account for the player up close, and Neptuno will seal the round. Nice idea to try and fake in towards that A hit with the null command, but that was all they had going for them, and Koi did not buy into it whatsoever. Famsi still just jiggling that angle on main, wanting to try and take at least one kind of engagement before making that rotate happen. Not entirely convinced, and there we see it. It comes through. As well, Sakai, using that Prowler towards short, clears out a lot of information that Bonk don't have a presence in mid. If you're going for an A hit solely through main with the information they already had on B, it's very unlikely. So once again, very nicely read from the defenders.
Oh, already the operator fires off a very loud roar. All these players, Scarpa had that roar, that warning shot, and they're going to move towards B, potentially rotate through. We might get one player lurking there, Hazard, but I mean, realistically, Koi, for the first time ever, have actually bought in to what Bonk were doing.
Yeah, and we do see a slight rotate come through from Fern as well. Bonk, for the most part, setting themselves up for this B execute yet again. Sakai is here. Kaiko, the first line of attack, and the spear gets itself dipped in blood. That first kill made, the site wide open. One of their win conditions on this round was to find value from the Blade Storm. Keiko able to do that and open things up for them. Des trying to make a flank work, has to just sidestep away from the tripwire and actually scurry all the way back to main.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury invested, this time from the attacker's side, and it's Magnum to take out Des. That was the player that was on main, and it seems if Koi have so much, well, I guess, control over the site, it's going to have to be a fight out for these last remaining Bonk players, but it's Koi just cutting them down, left, right and centre. It's all in vain. Koi get them next round, and they move on towards 4-2.
Yeah, they were able to find the first kill there, Bonk, but not do too much more with it. I mean, they get a spike plant, so it'll be additional credits, but for the most part, struggling in that situation, only having Dest playing from main, and it meant that as soon as Koi take that kill, all pressure is lifted from their shoulders, and retaking in towards B with how many wallbangable surfaces there are, close angles which are easily shot through. It's a simple enough retake for them to come to light, and just like that, Bonk slipped around it. You know, maybe there was a chance of them finding more proactive control. Keiko looking for additional kills on the Blade Storm, but even then, these are risks that you've got to consider taking.
Yeah. And sometimes you do have to take the risks. And speaking of risks, Keiko risking their life, moving all the way up market in towards this position where we are going to see Magnum hold pretty much passively. That flash drive did come through, and it did. It seems as if actually Keiko was just clearing out or looking to clear out that Cypher utility that was there previous.
Yeah, this is what Bonk have done on a number of occasions. When they do challenge mid, it's simply to clear market and then make that execute happen later on. We're seeing Famsi on the operator posted up in B main, and this control which Koi have allows them to bring that rotate through towards where this A hit should be coming in. There's a lurk in mid to potentially find a kill, but Magnum is also holding the off angle. Eventually, we see the push start to amalgamate onto this A hit, and there it is. Death drops. Magnum does find them, making things extremely more difficult to get going here. The ball rolling for Bonk now with those smokes off the field.
Yeah, a second smoke to come through from Neptuno is on towards a one-way and short. Bonker really has to come up huge here, but Juso, oh my god, no way. Oh my god, gets in, opens up the site. That's two lovely kills. Keiko gets onto Neptuno, and that is the site completely in the hands of Bonk.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous how quickly this round changes. Famsi spotted out in heaven. Kaiko just tucking for the time being on dice, not wanting to rear their head for the thought that it may get taken off. But I think it's Famsi that should be worried. A clean shot from the Jet player means that Bonk start to close that gap.
Juso doing amazing work there, Hazard. Being able to sneak through, being able to get through on towards that generator position. They even shot a shot before they peeked out, and still we didn't see Koi react. A huge position, a huge kind of, I guess it's like kerplunk when you pull that little, like, when you pull the right one, you see all the balls start to fall, and they fell all in Bonk's court.
Yeah, and Bonk just seem to be serving back what's thrown at them at this point in time, but it's only one round. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. One round soon becomes two. Like you said, it's the Kaplunk effect. Sakake in this corner. With the mid-aggression that Koi put forward, you'd expect Bonk to clear it, but it seems as if the Owl Drone has just missed out. Dest could be destined to die for a second round in a row, but the engagement has not yet been taken. Still, just holding up in this position. Finest, just trying to connect that shot on towards Fern from Market. Doesn't happen. The trade comes through, and just like that, it's a 3 versus 3.
Make that a 3 versus 2 hazard. Res available. Keiko getting a lovely double. Will mean it's all up to Sakake. Oh, the Res invested. It's going to have to be that Res flash, and that does work out. Just keeping the, I guess, economy. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. I mean, you got the round, Bonk. Who cares what happens? Koi, though, invest a timeout.
Yeah, I think no surprise here that we see a timeout from Koi. They were able to pick up a few rounds, but now things are starting to go against them. This is going to be another one which most likely they will end up conceding on an eco, but there is an ultimate economy to fall back on and something which they will probably look to tap into in these next couple of rounds. We see the Res invested there purely to buff the numbers just a little bit more. I think, Cairo, there are economical ramifications as well that you could consider, but right now Bonk are looking fairly healthy in terms of the credits that they have available to them. Koi on this defender's side, just struggling a little bit on that previous round at containing Bonk when they are able to win out these gunfights. More than anything, I think it's been a case of, in the last round, challenging a mid area which has been left untouched successfully for the majority of the game. Perhaps an unnecessary feat for them to aim for.
Yeah. I mean, looking at what's going on here, I mean, maybe Koi, just after those 2 rounds, maybe got a bit jarred by the way that things had went, because realistically, a few of those rounds were very much winnable, and it just came down to skirmishes, it just came down to those fights, and that's where the problem is these 1v1s, or maybe just letting like a little slither of hope go through for Bonk, and it just works out. Anyway, point is we move through an eco for Koi, and it's what Bonk can do to punish this.
Yeah, we do see Famsi has the Blade Storm, and this is something of note as well, that ultimate economy I spoke of that Koi have started to build up a little bit here, and an investment of the Blade Storm could be big on this round. Magnum potentially preparing a swing, but the slow orb will deny. Holding their positions at Koi round after round, not getting too aggressive. I think that's something to mention as well. The fact that when we did see that push come through towards mid on the previous, it was their downfall.
Yeah, and this time it seems as if there's kind of creating a gauntlet of some sort as the players move through. Market going to be the hardest, well, I was going to say the hardest place to kind of move through, but with that door closed, I mean, it's interesting that they decided to bust it open. Fragment grenade to deny that space as well, Hazard.
I think it's just Bonk once again taking market control away from Koi, so they're even more reserved, and then deciding where they want that hit to come through, because Koi haven't been challenging mid, haven't been looking to re-clear market on any of these rounds. Magnum will potentially be jump spotting spawn, but yeah, they're just moving through in towards B main. It's only Sakake. They've hit the first, nearly follows it up with the second, but not to be. And now going into the post plant, while it is late in the round as well, we do see that Koi don't have too much here to try and work off of in the retake.
I mean, realistically, they do have an upgrade sitting just outside the main area, so that's going to be good stuff. Although, why need weapons when you could just do it with sheriffs? The players have been relegated. There's only one left. It's up to Keiko and Koi. Do it on a thrifty.
That's just ridiculous. I think for a moment in time, my visualization of this round is that Bonk took market control. Koi coming into the retake, it was a position of the map that they didn't have control over and may take a little bit longer to then subsequently re-clear and make the retake happen. However, they completely forego that possibility. There is no control from Bonk further up than where they set themselves. Nothing from main to make things difficult as the retake comes through. They completely ignore all of this space, and then it's just a case of moving in towards the site, finding the kills. Famsi getting value on the Bladestorm. Neptuno with the Judge, good for a couple as well, closing down those sightlines on the Omen, as we've seen possible time and time again. Upgrades found. Sakake good for at least one coming into things to give those weaponry to them. It's a snowball effect more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And well, it seems if mid control again going straight in towards Bonk, they're doing the same thing that we've seen them do. It's essentially becoming their default and taking that mid space away from Koi and then dropping off once again, leaving that vacuum of where people are. And here's a vacuum. In fact, no, it's a stopping force, an unmovable object. That is FAMC.
That's a huge collat, which could almost kill this round by itself. There's another one on the cards here. Bonkar next to drop, and it's a 5 versus 2. Bonk with a pair of players left to try and salvage anything here, but I don't think it's going to happen. Once more, it's another round where they look to challenge Market and then don't leave any player there to have lasting impacts on it. A nice peek out from Kix, one of the star players on that former Finest roster, to secure them second place in VRL Polaris. We'll have to do a lot more than what we have seen from them so far in this game, however. Fern just about able to slip past, walking into a crossfire potentially here. Kicks players on opposite sides, and yeah, they will just drop once again. Only Dest left now, and they too not long for this world. 6-4. Koi at the very least make good of this defensive half, now looking for some kind of an advantage as we see Bonk go for their first timeout.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that we are seeing the timeout coming through, Hazard. I mean, I actually kind of expected it a while ago. I think if we saw Koi get that 4th round in that little kind of sandwich of Bonk double rounds, I think we would have seen a timeout. Anyway, point is, now we do see it. What is Bonk thinking? How are they changing things up? Because the ideas in theory seem good, but in practice they're just not getting the numbers or the results that they want.
Yeah, a couple of these rounds as well have come down to those retakes. The post plant from Bonk currently doesn't sit too well with me, if I'm going to be entirely honest. I think that the positioning, especially on B, there's been a couple of rounds where they've forfeited control outside of the button, or outside of switch, and it's made the retake a lot easier for Koi to just sweep in and have them pinned all the way back in sight. Plenty of retaking utility because they're not expending very much. Koi incredibly happy to just sit back, let the attack come towards them. Even the previous round, forfeiting control of that market position and allowing Bonk to go for whatever execute they wanted, feeling that the numbers they station are more than enough to seal out the round.
Yeah, I think we have just got some information from our producer, guys, that it is going to be a tech pause. Unfortunately, FAMC has disconnected. We're just waiting to see if they can get back in, make sure that everything is all right and dandy, which still gives time for Bonk to sit down and contemplate what their coach might have said in that timeout, which is, I guess, somewhat favours them and somewhat stops Koi's momentum.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, if you're Bonk here, what is the plan of attack? How do you try and make this work? Looking at how Koi are set up, I think that the game plan to take market control and then fold off of it is perfectly viable, and it has worked out for them multiple times in at least causing problems and making that Koi defense pushed back even further. However, I would then like to see a heavy execute come through on either A or B main. Like, just stack up one of those areas of the map and perhaps leave a player like Des to form a late lurk through market instead. You have the smokes available to you still, and then see what value can be found in that kind of sense. I'm really not too sure, but with how passive Koi are currently, a quick execute onto either of these sites could be detrimental.
Could be. But whether it happens in practice is another situation entirely there, Hazard. And I mean, on top of that, I don't know, what do you call it? Realistically, when we look at what Team Bonk have in their locker, I mean, we're seeing a hero rifle, it's pots and pans, and a blade storm as well. So things might not be as good as what we think. The timer has been reset. It's counting down once again, and let's see what Bonk can do on an equal round.
Yeah, it seems as if Bonk are just hedging their bets in this round with an opportunity of picking things up. Early recon dart will give them more mid control, but once more, it is something that Koi are willing to give up quite easily. Kicks should test this trapwire, and just like that, they have market control. We've seen it round after round. The question is, what do Bonk do with it this time?
I think the exact same thing that we expect them to do from last time. They are doing nothing. They're dropping out once again. They were responded to by utility. Magnum on the other side has taken out Bonker, so there goes your information when you execute in towards a site. We are seeing the Fade Util now going in towards Finest Kicks. A lot of denial. A huge combination. Saki will take out Kiko. There goes Dest as well, and we're in a 5 versus 2 Hazard.
Yeah, it's the same position as before, 5 versus 2. Those Bonk players yet to grace the choke of A short. And with this suppression coming through, Jusu's position surely aware of, Neptuno will wallbang them to death. It is flawless from Koi. We know that Bonk, that's not the strongest suit of rounds that they could possibly have shown us. However, the fact that nothing new was brought to the table, it was rinse and repeat, the exact same setup, the exact same push through short, completely quashed by Koi, makes you start to worry just a little bit of their chances here on the last round of the half.
I'm looking at what's coming next, Hazard. In terms of, Koi's ultimates, they do have the Nightfall, and obviously the From the Shadows from Neptune. And looking at the other side, we did actually see, I don't know if you just caught it, the Hunter's Fury will come online after one ultimate orb, which will be huge. And the thing is, though, these players might be faking a good presence as there's a 4 stack on towards B.
It's an incredibly heavy B stack, and the spike is currently in the hands of Dest, who has From the Shadows, so could easily reposition here. No real committal put forward by Bonk, and oh man, if they move towards market right now, peel off, go short, and get shut down, I don't really know what to say. I'm hoping that won't be the case, but right now it seems as if they're at least going to test the waters in that position, and Koi will be aware of this and do seem to set up the same as they had before, however.
Yeah. These 3 players in towards mid here, when you look at what they've got, they have a massive amount of information. The fact that that door got put down might allow, might allow Bonk to push through in towards CT. It's not to be. They're pushing through in towards the meat grinder, the bloodbath. That is FAMC. They're picking up players left, right, and centre. The other 2 pushing through in towards that lane position. It's not going to be workable. The flick not exactly finding the head, but Saki will. It's all up to Bonker, and they're going to get bonked. 8-4 the half from Koi has a 4-round gap, and I guess it all comes down to this pistol round and whether Koi move on to double figures or Bonk reduce that gap.
Yeah, Bonk are going to certainly want to try and find somewhat of a resurgence here. I guess one of the bigger questions that we were asking coming into this game was in terms of Sentinel choice between Bonk and Koi, and how much value Fern will be able to get on this attacking side, at least in terms of the default. Having the trapwires up across the map, worldwide support for them, will certainly help things out. And then it will be a question of what Bonk want to try and do on the defense. That previous round, just falling short of the mark once again. Taking market control, looking for the split, but then leaving it so late in the round to have actually cleared out a lot of those angles and walking into a stack of Koi who have been reading into this Bonk setup really well thus far. Now on their attack, we see the 0 point come in towards A, keeping Bonk guessing and not actually buying a rotate through towards it, I think. Leaving only Jusu here alone with the barrier orb, who is just shoulder peeking for the time being, trying to see what they can do.
Yeah, we did see the updraft and the tailwind. That's a huge prowler to just deny Jusu any sight on towards anybody, and Famsi just collected easy as you like. These players now having to force themselves on towards that site is not going to work out. It's lambs to the slaughter. It is just turning into an absolute meat feast on the site. Koi are eating up nice. They're eating good on this pistol round, and with 1 remaining, Neptuno will get a triple on the round, Hazard.
Oh, Koi have certainly made a splash in the tournament so far. 9 rounds for them now, converting both pistols. They struggled with the anti-eco last time out, but with Bonk on the defense, the opportunity to force buy here is few and far in between. It was a very nice execute. There was a smoke tunnel, actually, that Bonk were trying to use to make a quick contest towards the stairs position, but Famsi, so acutely aware of what was going on, played inside the dark cover, was able to find a kill, and while Koi don't look to be stopping anytime soon, another fast execute from them on the cards.
Yeah, it looks as if they are really trying to take this to their opponents. Again, the same scenario what we saw last round, Hazard. This time, Juso isn't going to be denied sight, but is going to be denied their life as the players execute in. Keiko gets back on towards another player. And we are going to see a 3 versus 3 post plant. The spike initiated, and now the post plant begins, but you're going up against better weaponry, higher tier weaponry.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that we've seen that Fade utility have so much value. Another one of the differences between these two teams in setting Famsi up to go for these aggressive plays, the updraft through the Cloudburst to open up the site. Into a 3 versus 3 now, though, with a tag on towards that player on green box. Famsi may be compromised here somewhat. A lovely flick from Kaiko, looking for the second, can't quite find it. And eventually Koi will clean house, double digits secured as they aim to run away in this game.
Well, Hazard, to add to, or to be half, that was the question we were asking about Koi's lead and what was going to happen after that pistol round. Well, we have the answers now, and the answers are that they add 2 to it. Bonk now need to start putting the rifle rounds together. They're on the defense, they can start to do that, but realistically, they will feel a little bit of pressure coming off that pistol round because Koi do only need 3 rounds now.
Yeah, and Koi have been incredibly quick in these last 2 rounds, so that conditioning in towards what Bonk will now expect is something that we have to be looking at. Once more, taking fast control here in an area of the map, this time A main instead of B, and well, they haven't executed off the back of it. Moving things over as Fern is still holding incredibly passive outside of B. Gives them a little bit more room to try and work with, and we may actually see control taken by them here in towards Market. Instead, it's Magnum who takes a solo fight in on short and ends up losing out.
Yeah, Famsi with a spam. Okay. Why? It's just so harsh. Juso does get the reply, but look at Sakik, just so close, ready to try and pounce. Kicks though, does get onto Neptuno and does make this a little bit more competitive here. Sakik trying to make sure that this is doable. But no, look at this. Bonk have, well, bonked their opponents. It's all up to the side, but I can't stop using that.
Yeah, it's very easy to go for, I suppose. Fern, in a 1 versus 3, nowhere near as easy. Difficult if you even want to begin to scratch the surface of this situation. The barrier orb will soon expire, so too will the dark cover and their HP bar to follow it. Kicks them to the dirt, and that deficit is reduced to half. 5 rounds between the two teams. Most importantly, Bonk make good of that gun round, but Koi still posing a lot of threats for their bonus.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, all in all, the way that Bonk have been playing throughout, this hasn't been up to scratch, let's be honest there, Hazard. Getting 3 rifles through, though, is absolutely massive for them. We are still going to see light shields coming through. Death's not wanting to buy up, obviously thinking about that next round purchase. And when we look towards Koi and what they have, it's full rifles with everything there, a little bit of an engagement towards A main, and the players just not being able to capitalise on the mistakes of others.
Yeah, I think as well, it's Koi wanting to throw so much utility to prioritize A main control, get Bonk to back away from that area of the map as Fern catches a nice timing onto Jusu, who had been jump spotting, didn't manage to get visual on that Cypher player, who then closed the distance and gets the kill off the back of it. Koi have their opener.
They do, but look at Keiko. Opportunity available there. I mean, the players are about to swing. The tailwind, I think, might have just ran out. We saw Keiko just drop off, and now it seems as if Koi are looking towards rotating this spike towards B.
Yeah, we've got the 0 point coming in onto A as well to keep them guessing. It's actually stopped the rotate from coming through here on the KO. Thought better of it. Kicks deciding to stick towards A for a little bit longer, and it could be those precious seconds which make the difference as we're seeing the Shrouded step in towards the backside, from the shadows, should I say. Now completely isolated is Bonkar, only good for a 1-player trade before Koi maintain that advantage and double up for it as well in the 4 versus 2.
The Seas was just out of range there. Has a kicks his position, knowing we do have this flash drive and it needs to be impactful. We need to see impact here from Bonk, but realistically they are trapped in towards CT. Dest has angles onto the players in main, but it's not going to work out. The flash drive doesn't work out either. Things falling apart here. One player from behind it is Magnum, but like nearly 2 ships in the night. Well, only one can see the other. And we are going to see 11-5. Things getting worse and worse here for Bonk. They could be out before they know it.
Yeah. It's 2 ships in the night. One of them's hit an iceberg and the other one is sailing all the way into the semi-finals of this tournament. An ice dagger to the heart almost. Bonk coming into this looking so clean across the Swiss round, but this best of 1 counts for a little bit extra. It moves you through into the different beast, which will be the best of 3 in our games tomorrow. And Bonk are reduced to a real mixed buy in this situation as well. Famsi once more, updraft and tailwinds through. That's the control of the site, which they'll be able to take, not before Jusu does shut them out. So there is a response.
There is a response indeed. Now, trying to see what else they can do here. Unfortunately, no, look at this. It's down to a 2 versus 2, and Keko does have that tailwind procced. Can they do much with it? Well, they're just going to have to dip out. That's realistically a defensive tailwind, and that's good stuff. Although, this position here, Dest wins out.
Such a cagey fight between the two, and now it's just a cake. Only player left in the 1 versus 2 position aware of. Haunt soon to come online, but ideally, he'd like to try and take a fight before it does. Will be shot out almost instantly, just holding this angle on the corner. That spike starting to be stuck, but using their own opponent's dark cover to spam towards the spike. It's now half stuck. Player not dropped, still the advantage with Bonk. Playing from the cubby, it's so difficult. Angle after angle, all the while the time ticks down. The next spam will eventually reveal the position. And Bonk are able to get it over the line. Incredibly close between those two.
I mean, they'll be taking deep breaths after that one, being able to convert that. And wait, am I reading this right? Are we going to be seeing a Koi eco? Or at least it seems as if it looks as if like that way.
Yeah, they lost out, and it's the case where they lost out on the bonus round as well, fully invested into the next, which was narrowly won, and now Bonk picking this up. The economy is so weird in this game sometimes. It's difficult to put a pin on it, I think, but it's let the door come wide open here for Bonk to find a second successive round and potentially set themselves up to close that gap a little bit more.
I mean, they're trying to relegate Koi to an eco cycle if they can do it. Famsi, though, their Blade Storm is going offline, and a few players are starting to go offline. Look at this. This is Bonk answering back. Wow. Wow. 3 players make it through there, Hazza, with their upgrades, with what they bought, and it's 11-7.
I love that from you, man. You know, they shouldn't have picked Chris Pratt. You should have been the Mario voice actor instead. That was the best I've ever heard in my life, man. A1 from you. But yeah, Bonk, it's a good response for them to pick up. Like you said, dodgy buy from both teams. I think it's fair to say Bonkar was on a judge, but still able to get value from it. Now we've got to be looking at how these ults are going to be spaced out. What value can be derived from them? Another pickup for Bonk here, closes that gap a little bit further and does bring it through that tumultuous eco cycle that you were speaking of. And, you know, every round they pick up at this point in time is almost worth 2 in that regard.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of becomes a trampoline situation where you're consistently bouncing further and further. We are going to see that null command brought forward here. Magnum trying to hold down shot by themselves. A lovely barrier of just denying Famsi a couple of seconds. They're trying to get in for the wall spam. They're trying to get in to get that player's pick. Bonker, though, holding this down, gets 1, and that's all they're good for. Dest holding down with Juso. They need to do work. They need to fight their way out of that situation, Hazza.
And we've seen a big from the shadows come through for Dest to support in sight. Neural Theft gives the information, however, to Koi, and now they'll be looking to rotate towards that uncontested A side of the map. Kiko still acting as a linchpin in the middle of things with the operator. Flanks coming through on both sides. Kick wins out the fight that you weren't expecting as Kiko turns around at the exact wrong moment. Koi make better of it. Rez comes through now to a 3 versus 3. As each investment follows up, the amount of weight that carries on this round will only increase. Bonk needing to find something here to deny match point, to deny the opportunity that Koi find themselves in towards the semi-finals. Dest with a big kill lends them an advantage once more.
And this is why I said, the Hunter's Fury's online. They have the information coming through from that. And now these players are salting in. But the thing is, though, they've taken space in towards Heaven. They jump out. Magnum goes huge. One player left. It's all up to Dez. And they're going to get the pill. Oh, no. One player left. It's all up to the Cypher. And just like that, they will win that out. Time was too low anyway, Hazza. And Koi will move on to map and series point.
Yeah. Match point. Now 5 match points separate Bonk from the possibility of pushing an overtime, keeping their dreams alive in Red Bull home ground. Through the EMEA qualifier, we're seeing a few teams already show good performances here, Bonk being one of them, but Koi have somewhat been another level. Looking at the teams that have moved through as well, they're one of the few which, on the technicality that they had to forfeit a game, are still undefeated and are proving exactly why.
Yeah, exactly. Look at them. Look at the way they just come straight on towards main. Mow down Dest. And they're just starting to mow down the site. Kiko! That nearly started off. That nearly was aim training for them. Although Bonker, can they do some aim training of their own? It doesn't seem to be the case. The spike will get planted, and a great denial of the owl drone. It is a 2 versus 3, and this is going to be an absolute war. I would say it's a war, Hazza. It was anything but that. It wasn't even a battle. I just can't believe it. They've been mowed down and Bonk. After all that, after hyping them up so much, only get 7 rounds.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but I guess it's a recency bias, perhaps. We didn't see all too much of Koi throughout this tournament at the same time, and they've gone silently undetected throughout it. Coming into this, their record on VLR wasn't necessarily anything too impressive, right, in terms of their own regional league as well. Not, ridiculously high in the standings, but this team has come to play in Red Bull home ground, fresh off the back of franchising. There are still some players kicking about in that roster that want to make a point for themselves. And we see it here. I think more than anything, Bonk were somewhat let down by their attacking side. The half finished 8-4. And from what we saw, I mean, it didn't really... There were no adaptations from the timeouts. They just struggled in a lot of instances to rectify those problems and read into the game plan from Koi.
Yeah, exactly. Hazza, I mean... we've had such a long day. 5 best of ones. I mean, waiting around for like the next bracket, etc. And I'm going to ask you this after everything: what is your highlight from today? And then we'll start talking about tomorrow.
Well, a highlight from today, I think more than anything, just getting to cast some of these great teams. We have a bunch of teams playing consistently at the tier 2 level, some orgs which are consistent together in that regard as well, but then players that have been knocking on the door of T1 for a long time, some who have plenty of experience in that as well, coming through in different mixes. Not really maybe seeing too much of those. I think like the Barbers, for example, was a pretty big mix coming into this one, but we weren't able to make it towards top 8, unfortunately, in terms of Swiss. Like Magnum in that previous game as well, a player who's played at VCT level, ridiculously high level, that is. So, I mean, just the quality that we have on show. Look, moving into the qualifiers tomorrow, it'll be a little bit easier to read as well, I think. These best of ones sometimes can be completely out of left field. Like there's a curveball in the mix there. You don't know so much what to expect, but now we have time to just look back, sit, analyze what it is that we've witnessed today, and then move forward into those final couple of games tomorrow, which no doubt will be spectacular.
Yeah, exactly, and just trying to like grab exact what's going on with who's playing tomorrow. Has a I don't know if we can do that. I'm just looking at it
Yeah.
just now.
Well, I have confirmation for you right here, Cairo. So
Yes.
the two teams that have qualified in the Regnum, that is, I don't know who named this team. Regnum Korea Esports versus Big. Big able to make good of that matchup that they had against XL where they struggled so desperately. They will be moving through for a rematch against XL in the semi-finals, who were
Yeah.
able to dismantle a strong CGN side with their new roster, of course, 13-7. We've just seen Bonk versus Koi. That one has obviously finished, as you saw, 13-7. Koi will also be moving to the semi-finals, joined alongside Team Heretics. So 4 pretty big orgs and pretty big teams here,
Yeah.
vying up their chances of making it to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, so we are going to have that Spanish derby, the El Clasico, if you want to call it that, has a, and then Big XL on the other semi-final. As to what we're streaming, that decision hasn't been made. We will try and get that information out to you guys shortly. And the best way to find out exactly what's going on, Hazza, is to follow the Goose House on Twitter.
Of course it is. Follow the Goose House on Twitter, on Twitch as well. We will be back here tomorrow, of course, with more games for all of you guys. So make sure that you are tuning in. Same time, same place, and we will be here to cover those matches in this Red Bull Homeground EMEA qualifier. We started the day with 64 teams. We're down to the final 4. We'll be looking towards tomorrow to see who it is that ends up qualifying. But for you and me, I think that's us for now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Right, I hope everybody has a good night and has a, in respect of memes, I hope everyone has a good dinner. Good night and have a good one.
So many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out.